I'm back. Pastor Squatcho. We're gonna watch some political shit and we're gonna get pissed off. Okay? Because you guys are helping me to stay awake at night time. I love you. So, we're gathered here, guys, to fill ourselves with righteous indignation and con- contempt for evil aristocracy and to pray for or plan or both righteous homicidal vengeance and vindication. You heard that right. Righteous homicidal vengeance and vindication against these fucking aristocratic fucking chomos who love touching kids and then have the audacity to tell us to fucking what to do, and we have to pay fucking taxes for it. Fuck all that. So we're gathered here today to get pissed off at fucking righteous shit, dude. Fucking righteously pissed the fuck off. So trying to find some documentaries and shit to fucking watch so we can get pissed off at fucking shit that eventually kills chomos and fucking tortures aristocracy that's trying to make us pay fucking taxes. So somebody recently, okay, hold on, sorry guys, bear with me. I'm trying to find you want to watch 20 stars who were raised by satanic cults. That sounds pertinent. I wanted to find something that was talking about Alex Jones sold out. But 20 stars who were raised by satanic cults. Let's watch that. We're gonna watch it on my tablet. Yeah. I mean, like, what? It's fucking weird, dude. Like, we all work for a living, right? And we have vices, like maybe we drink and smoke too much. Maybe we like to have premarital sex with the opposite gender that's commensurate to our age. But for some fucking reason, the people who have been running and ruling the world, aristocracy, like Caligula, Epstein, these fuck-offs, for some reason they like to fuck kids. Like, it's fucking weird, dude. And we need to torture them to death. Hold on, let's see. I mean, like, when you're, heavy metal and a real man, you naturally harbor an unrelenting need to kill. Why not do it for Jesus, and fucking kill these chomos? So, what was it? 20 stars. I need my glasses. 20 stars who were raised. 20 stars that were raised by satanic cults. It's like this shit sounds fiction, and now we're finding out this is pretty much fucking real. If you guys want to know what this Satan shit's about, some Satanism is exactly what you would think. Worshipping the devil and, I don't know, killing babies and sucking off goats or some shit, right? But that base level, Satanism is very provocative. What it advertises is libertarianism. I'm a Christian libertarian. Satanism tries to sell itself as libertarianism. It tries to say you are your own master, you are your own God, you are on your own side, you are under authority, rebel, resist. It sounds American, but it's a disguise. The devil tries to sell himself as a freedom-fighting rebel, but look at the culmination, what happens, dude. Everything leading toward God culminates in, like, you eating healthy food, you finding the right spouse and staying together, your kids not growing up fucking weird, people not trying to touch your kids, you having the right to whoop somebody's ass for trying to touch your wife or touch your kids, and freedom and what was originally supposed to be the American way, and nature, tradition, and tribalism, like charity with others, and tribal unity. That's everything with God, nature, and all that. And for some fucking reason, that we are told that God's this jealous tyrant that wants to kill your fun. But then you look at the fun side, supposedly the fun side, the devil side, the party crew. And then lo and behold, after so many decades that we thought the devil is about like living life in the fast lane and like being your own master and lost my train of thought. Being your own, yeah. But then look at what the fruit is. You have this statue of this 8-titty Baphomet son of a bitch with fucking kids, a Baphomet. Yeah, fucking chomos shit. Like they fucking think that like Bathory, the Queen Bathory, they think like eating or bathing and fucking like fetus fucking carcass is gonna preserve their youth. And if you really delve into it, we have been told, and it's obviously true, it's because at the bottom level, these Satanists think that they're being cool and rebellious, maybe even rock and roll. And at the very top, they know that there's rituals where you have to fuck with kids and destroy your own soul to get the powers and the wealth from the dark side. And people could get mad at God, like, why does he let this happen, and stuff like that. Look, we're not going to get into that, but something's trying to show us the contrast between light and dark. I'm not trying to sit here, dude, I'm not trying to virtue signal. I'm not trying to seem like the most, my back and neck. Like I'm so virtuous, like all I know is today, dude, I had I'm like flipping through YouTube and it's all like, hey, guess what? We caught something in the Epstein files that tried to erase, So some kid was trapped on Epstein Island getting fucked by adults. So the same adults we had to pay taxes and shit to that tell us what to do and make shit too expensive and tell us dumb shit like, oh, you should have gasoline no more, or guns, or speak your mind, right? Those kind of people who are touching and fucking kids. So this kid got caught praying to Jesus for help. So Jeffrey Epstein told the next person who was gonna fuck the kid to dress up like Jesus. What the fuck? To me, what's more disgusting, I know how that sounds. The Bible told us these evil people are going to always exist. What pisses me off even more than that is all these stupid sons of bitches that fuckers like me, when I was a kid, okay, well, I'm almost Generation X. Okay, these are the fuckers. This is what I'm pissed off at. The supposed patriotic Americans who say they believe in God and shit, they're not going to go save those kids. They're fake LARPing bitches. Let me give you an example. I'm just going to I'm almost Generation X, right? Heavy metal kid, whatever. My whole life, oh, fuck, okay, I'm born, I exist. I got one parent who's sucking other shit off, sorry God, and never home, an alcoholic, yelling at me about Pentecostal shit I'm not doing. It's a typical Generation X kid. I got this other motherfucker talking all this shit about how I would die in Vietnam and I'm a lazy piece of shit, not teaching me a goddamn thing. I don't want to be home. So I gotta go out, I gotta get fucked with cops and shit like that for looking ugly and dirty and stupid, starting at fucking 12 years old. And all these fucking future MAGA and Republican and supposedly American and oh, don't mess with Texas, God, guns, and country. So they shit on me, they talk shit. One time I'm walking to school, literally in fucking Norco, stupid bitch-ass California, I have to hear, you keep on moseying along now, you son of a gun. I look and I'm like, this lady's riding a horse. I'm like, your stupid bitch-ass government from your fucking, I didn't know this shit yet, your George Bush worshiping stupid fat ass, that poor horse, made the Patriot Act and caused 9/11 to fuck our Fourth Amendment on purpose. And your Israel worshiping ass is mad at a fucking kid who hates being born. And these are the same sons of bitches who think that they're all American and shit. That LARP, they're tactical. I gotta go to gun stores, and I'm like this California boy that raised, riding hogs and shooting deer. And I gotta get this lecture how I'm not cool enough because I'm asking what the fuck this holster is or whatever. And these guys, I'm not cool enough to be in their guild with their beer gutted NASCAR fucking worshiping fucking Dobie Gillis and fucking Leave It to Beaver upbringing stupid bullshit, easy fucking life having shit, ignoramus motherfuckers. You know what's really funny? One of these guys had a bumper sticker. My Mexican friend who looks like Richard Ramirez laughed his ass off at this bumper sticker. We're walking the same stupid worthless school in Norco fucking California, and it's like, this is like almost the 90s, and it's like, the bumper sticker reads, "The only thing I like colored is my TV," next to "Don't Mess with Texas" and American flag and shit. That's fucking funny, dude. That didn't offend us at all. We thought that was fucking funny, dude. So these motherfuckers, a demographic I just specified to you, they love believing that deprecating themselves and sucking Israel's ass is going to give them some kind of lottery ticket fucking blessing from God. And they read like 2 excerpts of their evangelical, Protestant, Masoretic fucking bullshit text Bible. And they think that they're like God's gift. They think like Jesus is about, I believe in the Second Amendment, constitutionalists. Like they think about God, they think like America was basically foretold in the Bible, and we're here to wipe Israel's ass. There's going to be this pre-tribulation rapture after they get done watching Netflix and never fasting or doing any charitable works to Lazarus the leper. All of a sudden, the rapture is going to save them. They got to suck Israel's ass. George Bush and President Trump could do no wrong. Let's ignore the Epstein shit. Let's be stupid and ignore. Every time someone brings up, "Hey, Mr. Trump, why didn't the tariffs end our Social Security already? Why are you not doing this and that?" "Oh, somehow I'm just the president. The liberals have this shit that I have to work so hard to change." Whatever, dude. So by the way, guys, as you know, I had to hear today on YouTube, like a short, I had to hear on YouTube from a short that they tried to erase from the Epstein files. There was an incident of some little kid who was trapped getting fucked by adults on Epstein Island, okay? So he got caught by Epstein praying to Jesus for help. So Epstein told the next client to fuck the kid to dress like Jesus. And these are the aristocrats of society going back to ancient times. After St. Constantine liberated Christianity and the Second Amendment gave Christians guns, okay? Mind you, all this shit. We could do something about it, okay? So Jeffrey Epstein, this guy who's affiliated with and loved and embraced by all the people who tell us what to do, make shit too expensive to fucking live, allow our food to be poisoned and the minds of your kids to be poisoned, tell us stupid shit like I can't have a double-edged blade or some shit, or I can't fucking or keep fucking the Second Amendment more and more every fucking day. These motherfuckers, okay, who love fucking kids who are begging God for help, okay, right? They exist, okay? They're going to exist. Your enemies, evil's always going to exist. Guess what? The people who hate me, like metalheads, skid kids, evil rockers, like fuck goth kid, I don't know what the fuck you want to think I am, dude, okay? These rootin' tootin' supposedly American fucks, dude, the MAGA worshipping dumb shits. And this MAGA country, like Jesse Smollett was saying, okay, fuck him too. Like they're not going to do anything about it. They might, dude, I love Kid Rock. He's badass. He did what he can. They're gonna shoot some beer cans. They're going to wait for Jason Aldean to lead the charge once Big Brother and Illuminati comes to their home. Try all that in a small town. Motherfuckers. I tell veterans who look at me like shit because my hiking clothes looks like, dude, I have no emblems. So you think I'm stolen valor or some shit? Just speak up, dude. You didn't fight for our rights. You didn't fight for our country, dude. What you did was brave as fuck. And thinking that you were doing it for God and country is fucking amazing. You're a better person than me. Yes, dude. You have a bigger spiritual dick in heaven than me, motherfucker. Guess what, dude? You didn't fight for our country. You fought for the agenda of like Masonic, Zionist, globalist, Illuminati, fucking chomo, aristocrat, fucks, going back to like Caligula and ancient Egypt, they say. They've been all related. They're fucking demons. That's like way super, I know. Look it up. Look it up. These fuckers are all related, dude. Fuckers were related to kings and princes going 500 years ago. I think I heard George Bush and Obama, look it up. They're 16th separated cousins or something. And they're all an aristocratic family of fucking Nephilims and shit. Nephilim worshipping fucks. Look up what the Nephilims are. If you don't believe in the Nephilim, then look up Native American fossils of giant humanoid fucks. The Paracas skulls of Peru. You're being not told. There's so much credence to the Bible that it's all superstition or whatever. Yes, it sounds pretty crazy. Sounds unscientific. You know what else is unscientific? That everything came from nothing. That's also, and the universe created consciousness on accident, but it's not conscious. It's all an accident. We're consciousness, but the universe isn't. That thing, the universe or God. Come on. Come on. Really? We're gonna believe that we just came from fucking tadpoles? Okay, by random chance. Sure. But I forgot where I was going with this. All I know is we're men, right? We have muscles, right? We love guns, right? We love motorcycles, right? We love heavy metal, right? We love the Second Amendment, right? We love Jesus, right? Okay. We have all this shit going on for it. What do? Work out to get muscles to impress chicks? Because we're not using any of that shit to go fucking slay these aristocrats, dude. Do I have to remind you guys? So about 1700 years ago, Saint Emperor Constantine legalized us being able to be Christians to say, "Oh, Jesus is God." Hey, wait, maybe this guy who owes Caesar something, maybe we don't have to sell his wife and kids into slavery. All that shit started with Saint Constantine. Then 1700 minus like, I don't know, 1500 years later, whatever, George Washington comes and puts guns in Christians' hands. 2 centuries later or something, here we are watching movies with buff dudes saving chicks, dude, learning about Jesus and kicking ass, right? And guess what we're doing? We're not doing anything to go fuck up these chomos and these aristocrats, guys. Don't you feel like a bitch? Don't you feel like a bitch? I feel like a bitch for not doing shit. I don't know how to start. I'm just one person. So, who's gonna be the leader of this shit? Who's gonna fucking get everybody to take a day off of work, go into their closet, go get a Mossberg, an Armalite, a baseball, a Louisville Slugger, a tactical fly swatter, walk to the White House and say, we're not paying any taxes? And where are the government people, like the police, the firemen, the lawyers and all that? They join us and go, we're going to shut this country down. We're all not going to pay taxes or go back to work until you come out with those Epstein files. And then we're going to take it from there. Oh, you want to send drones and tear gas? You want to change the narrative? This is some terrorist attack? You want to sell like it's such an anathema to bring up the notion that the Second Amendment was instituted so that we can actually do this shit, and peaceful assembly, not peaceful. Just go fucking water the tree of liberty. Like, who the fuck said that? Do you know that saying? But we're not gonna do it, guys. We're just gonna, fucking Super Bowl, Netflix, Pornhub, but I have faith alone, feel good church on Sunday. So hopefully my kids don't turn gay. So I can hear the heresy of sola fide, faith alone. Faith alone. You don't have to do anything, Mr. Protestant. God's gonna take care of it. You don't have to do fasting. You have to do charity. You have to get off your ass and overthrow the government, because once things get that bad, some dude 200 years ago named John Nelson Darby convinced your stupid ass, because you're not gonna even muster the interest to go find this out. Just gonna want to believe what you want to believe. John Nelson Darby 200 years ago psyoped and eventually later and used to make you believe. All you have to do is faith alone, sit there, and the rapture is gonna fix everything, and you can escape all the bats, all the people who lived, all the Christians who lived that wanted to escape society and live in the desert. There was one saint that he had a sexual temptation so bad he jumped into a cactus to stop it. Saint Mary of Egypt was this prostitute, and she spent like 40 years never getting laid again, like borderline starving, just to sit in the desert and to pray to God. And all the people, all the Christians that got rounded up in churches by like Muslims and burned to death and raped and shit like that, praying to God for help. Better people than you and I, people who fast and pray and don't care about what the Kardashians are doing. I'm not trying to judge you. They don't care about getting superficial muscles to fuck chicks. They don't care about wearing yoga pants. They didn't care about the stock market or sports. All they live for is God, 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 charity, charity. Oh, fuck, I died for it. They didn't get a rapture. They didn't get a rapture. So nowadays, Mr. fucking sola fide idiot, you, after like, oh, God forgives me for like waiting for my wife to sleep to watch people fuck on Pornhub and all this other dumb shit, and you're fucking lackadaisical waste of fucking time. You're workless, charityless. You never read the Epistle of James. You don't do shit with your life but hoard shit. You're gonna escape all this fucking trouble, and just because you believe in positive shit, it's gonna work itself out, and you're too fucking busy to put down your fucking remote control. Like, are you a veteran or something? Like, dude, form a veteran Christian biker gang and shit. Get the Mongols and the Hells Angels and all these fuckers to get together. Go to the fucking White House and tell them, hey, motherfuckers, we're ready to die by the sword to demand that you fucking put these Epstein files out. We're gonna spill some blood. If you want to spill our blood too, let the history books fucking read rightly, motherfuckers, or may God damn you and this war continue in hell while we feast on your fucking brains. Kill the aristocracy in the name of Christ. Just watch this fucking video about 20 fucks that grew up in satanic cults. Why aren't you not fucking stupid bitch? Hold on, it's supposed to be fucking Bluetooth. See how the devil wants to make everything fucking stupid and harder? You fucking piece of shit. Pay good money for this fucking shit to work, you know?
20 Golden Age stars who dabbled in dark magic and occult rituals. Their talent wasn't natural. These stars were raised from birth by satanic cults that trained them to infiltrate Hollywood and corrupt American values. And their performances were actually elaborate rituals designed to cast spells on audiences. And while some of these allegations were merely dark whispers, others were terrifyingly real. We have verified records of stars who performed intimate magic in the Mojave Desert, leading men who worshiped Baphomet in the Hollywood Hills, and children raised in systems of control so absolute, they make modern cults look like summer camps. But to understand the true darkness, we have to start with the lie that started it all. While the modern era is filled with conspiracy theories about the entertainment industry, the origins of this dark fascination trace back to the very dawn of cinema, beginning with a woman whose entire existence was manufactured to embody the occult. Long before the term goth existed, there was Theda Bara, the first star to be aggressively marketed not just as an actress, but as a supernatural entity. Born Theodosia Goodman, a shy Jewish girl from Cincinnati, Ohio, the Fox studio publicity machine erased her human background completely. In 1915, studio executives concocted a bizarre and terrifying biography for her, claiming she was born in the shadow of the Sphinx in Egypt, the daughter of a French artist and an Arabian mistress, and that her name was an anagram for Arab demise. The public was told that she possessed ancient, arcane powers, and that she was a vampire, a term that was shortened to vamp, and entered the lexicon to describe a predatory woman who used mystical allure to destroy men. The studio's commitment to this dark narrative was total, and the details they fabricated were ludicrously specific to ensure the illusion was impenetrable. They released press releases claiming that Theda Bara had a diet consisting of raw beef and blood, and that she could predict the future by reading the patterns of incense smoke. Bara was forbidden from appearing in public without a veil, and interviews were conducted in darkened rooms filled with incense and skulls. She was photographed with skeletons and snakes, imagery that was shocking for the 19-teens. This was Hollywood's first experiment in creating a cult of personality rooted in fear and mysticism. Audiences believed the hype, sending her letters begging her not to cast spells on their husbands or accusing her of bringing bad harvests. When she starred in Cleopatra in 1917, the studio marketed it not as a historical drama, but as a documentary of her past life, insinuating she was the reincarnation of the Egyptian queen herself. The film was a sensation, sparking protests from religious groups who believed Bara was a literal agent of the devil sent to corrupt the youth. However, the tragedy of Theda Bara was that the woman behind the veil was gentle, intellectual, and desperate to play wholesome roles. She famously said, "I have the face of a vampire, but the heart of a feminist." She was trapped in a prison of dark glamour, forced to embody a soulless creature, while her true self withered in obscurity. The studio had essentially initiated her into a cult of their own making, demanding she sacrifice her identity on the altar of their prophets. Tragically, most of her films were lost in a 1937 vault fire at Fox, meaning the spells she cast on celluloid have largely vanished from history, leaving only the still images of her fabricated persona. When she finally tried to break free and play a normal woman,
Sorry, guys.
20 Golden Age stars who dabbled in dark magic and occult
Come
rituals.
on! It won't.
Their talent wasn't natural. These stars were raised from birth by satanic cults
Sorry.
that trained.
Sorry about that, guys. Where were we?
The prior warnings from LaVey cemented Mansfield's legend not just as a tragic bombshell, but as a caution against inviting dark forces into one's life. She sought control in a chaotic world through the occult, only to find that chaos is rarely something that can be tamed. While Mansfield...
LaVey is the first known priest of straight up fucking admitted blatant Satanism.
...on power, the greatest lover of the silent screen, Rudolph Valentino, sought guidance from beyond the grave. The Latin lover who made women swoon in the chic was privately a man riddled with anxiety and insecurity, dependent on spirit guides to make his career decisions. Valentino's involvement with the occult was steered by his second wife, Natasha Rambova, a costume designer deeply immersed in theosophy and spiritualism. Rambova was a controlling figure who despised the commercialism of Hollywood, and she used their spiritual practice to isolate Valentino from his friends and advisors. Together, they participated in automatic writing sessions, where they believed they were communicating with a spirit entity named Black Feather, a Native American guide who dictated Valentino's professional choices. This reliance on the unseen world alienated him from directors and studio heads, who found it impossible to work with an actor who needed to consult a ghost before accepting a role. The sessions were intense and consuming, often taking place at their estate, Falcon Lair, which was rumored to be haunted even before they moved in. Rambova would enter a trance, her hands scribbling furious messages that Valentino would read with reverence, believing they were divine instructions. He believed these spirits were protecting his artistic integrity, but in reality, they were destroying his career by forcing him into artsy, inaccessible films like The Young Raja and Monsieur Beaucaire that alienated his fan base and the press. He famously kept a spirit cabinet in his home where he would retreat for hours, emerging pale and shaken. The most infamous element of Valentino's mystic life was his cursed ring. According to legend, he bought a silver ring with a semi-precious stone from a jeweler in San Francisco, who warned him it was a destiny ring that brought bad luck. Valentino wore it in his final film, The Son of the Sheik. Shortly after, at the age of 31, he collapsed and passed away from a sudden severe infection. The hysteria that followed his passing was unprecedented, with fans committing acts of self-harm and riots breaking out at his funeral in New York. A mysterious woman in black continued to visit his grave for decades, a ritualistic mourning that kept the supernatural legend alive. The ring's journey allegedly continued, bringing misfortune to subsequent owners, reinforcing the idea that Valentino had opened a door to forces he could not close. His life suggests that the immense pressure of being a global idol drove him to seek support from the ether, a dependency that left him vulnerable to the whims of superstition. Even the most grounded and cynical wits of Hollywood were not immune to the allure of the spirit world. Mae West, known for her ribald humor and unshakable confidence, was a devout spiritualist who genuinely believed her screenplays were not written by her, but dictated by departed spirits. West held regular seances in her Ravenswood apartment, inviting mediums to channel voices from the other side. She claimed that a spirit guide she called the Force would take over her hand and write pages of dialogue in minutes. Dialogue that would go on to become some of the most famous lines in cinema history. For West, this wasn't a dark or scary practice. It was a source of vitality. She believed that her intimate energy and her spiritual connection were intertwined, fueling her longevity and her career. West was incredibly specific about the conditions required for these communications. She would often perform these sessions after midnight, wearing a silk robe, believing that natural fabrics conducted spiritual energy better than synthetics. She famously employed a psychic named Reverend Thomas Jack Kelly, who lived at her beach house and conducted weekly readings. West credited these spirits with predicting the success of her plays and saving her from bad business deals. She even surrounded herself with a cadre of bodybuilders in her stage show, believing their physical vitality acted as a battery that charged her own psychic powers. However, there was a strange disconnect between her public persona of the self-made woman and her private insistence that she was merely a vessel. In her later years, West became increasingly reclusive, living in a white and gold apartment that visitors described as having an eerie, tomb-like quality, filled with statues of herself and the lingering scent of old gardenias. The apartment became a time capsule.
Right now, it shows that nobody's watching, so let me try to find. I accidentally skipped too far into that video, so we're gonna come back to it, okay? We're gonna watch a different video first. Trying to watch that Somebody says that Alex Jones sold out, man. That he's totally bought in to the new. Give me a second, guys. What were we watching? Here's some shit that probably nobody cares about unless you actually follow my channel. Politically incorrect. Politically incorrect all day.
This is historical theology presented with primary sources. We will examine sacred scripture, the church fathers, the doctors of the church, popes, and councils. Let's begin with scripture. St. Paul writes in Romans 11:28, as regards the gospel, they are enemies for your sake, but as regards election, they are beloved for the sake of their forefathers. The Greek word is ekthros, enemies. Paul explicitly identifies Jews as enemies in relation to the gospel. In 1 Thessalonians 2, verses 14 through 16, St. Paul says, you, brethren, became imitators of the churches of God in Judea and Jesus Christ, because you suffered the same things from your own countrymen as they did from the Jews, who killed both the Lord Jesus and the prophets, and drove us out, and displeased God, and oppose all mankind by hindering us from speaking to the Gentiles, that they might be saved. Paul describes Jews who rejected Christ as murderers of Christ, persecutors of Christians, those who oppose all mankind, and obstacles to salvation. Jesus himself denounces the Jews. In Matthew 23, he denounces the Jewish leaders, saying, you serpents, you brood of vipers, how are you to escape being sentenced to hell? Therefore I send you prophets and wise men and scribes, some of whom you will kill and crucify. O Jerusalem, Jerusalem, killing the prophets and stoning those who are sent to you. Christ calls them serpents and charges them with killing God's messengers. In John 8:44, Jesus tells the Jews, you are of your father the devil, and your will is to do your father's desires. The Lord identifies them with the devil himself. In Apocalypse or Revelation chapters 2 and 3, Jesus says, I know the slander of those who say they are Jews and are not, but are the synagogue of Satan. Jesus calls those opposing the church the synagogue of Satan. St. Stephen declares, you stiff-necked people, uncircumcised in heart and ears, you always resist the Holy Spirit. As your fathers did, so do you. Which of the prophets did your fathers not persecute? Immediately after, the Jews stoned him to death. This is scripture itself describing Jewish opposition to Christ and Christians as enmity. The Epistle of Barnabas. Rejecting Christ and his covenant equals opposition to God's plan. St. Justin, in his dialogue with Trypho, says, the Jews who possessed the prophecies and who were always expecting the Christ not only did not recognize him when he came, but even maltreated him. Justin frames Jews as opponents of the gospel that they should have received. St. Melito of Sardis in Peripasca says, he who hung the earth is hanging. He who fixed the heavens has been fixed. The God has been murdered. The king of Israel has been put to death by an Israelite right hand. Direct charge of deicide leading to enmity. Tertullian, in his Against the Jews, says, the Jews are enemies of Christ because they do not acknowledge the truth and they killed the prophets and crucified the Lord and persecuted the apostles. The word hostes, enemies, theological opponents of Christ. Saint Cyprian, in his 3 books of testimonies against the Jews, writes, "The Jews and their obstinate unbelief resist Christ and the church." An entire treatise on Jewish opposition. St. John Chrysostom, in his 8 homilies against the Jews, says, "The Jews as enemies of Christ and of the truth." 8 homilies specifically addressing Jewish theological enmity. In his 6th homily, he says, "The synagogue is worse than a brothel. It is a den of scoundrels, the temple of demons, a criminal assembly of Jews, a place of meeting for the assassins of Christ." This is the golden-mouthed doctor's harshest condemnation. St. Ambrose, in his 37th sermon, says, "The Jews represent the synagogue which, having lost faith, has become the ship of perdition. They are enemies of the Christian truth." St. Jerome, in his commentary on Matthew, says, "The Jews were murderers of the Lord, and are now the persecutors of the martyrs, and displeasing to God and averse to all men." St. Augustine, in his tractate on John, says, "The Jews held him, the Jews insulted him, the Jews bound him, they crowned him with thorns, they dishonored him by spitting on him, they scourged him, they heaped abuses on him, they hung him on a tree, they pierced him with a spear." And in Contra Faustum, he says, "The Jews who rejected him and slew him and would not believe in him, even though they should read, they do not understand." And St. Cyril of Alexandria's commentary on John, he says, "The Jews have become murderers of the Lord and are guilty of those things charged against them by the prophet." Every major church father who addressed the topic taught Jewish theological opposition to Christianity. St. Thomas Aquinas, in his Summa Theologiae, second part of the second part, question 10, article 8, says, "The Jews are not to be compelled to believe. However, believers should prevent them from obstructing the faith by their blasphemies or their evil persuasions or even their open persecutions."
You guys, just for starters, about racism. This isn't racism. Judaism is a stupid fucking religion, okay? And nobody hates Adam Sandler. Nobody hates Rob Schneider. Nobody hates some fucking dude that just happens to be Jewish that lives in fucking New York. What we're talking about is the fucking Kabbalah Talmud worshipping stupid fucks who are fucking aristocratic chomos and instigate the proliferation of their own kind and want to shove a mark of the beast chip up our fucking ass, make everything a fucking technocracy to illegalize your belief that Jesus is God, to call you a goyim, some lesser class citizen of Earth. So no, we're talking about those kind of fucking Shylocks. Not talking about people who just happen to fucking look like they could be on the cast of the show Seinfeld. It has nothing to do with that. It has everything to do with whatever Mason son of a bitch that is having cigars with Netanyahu and eventually planning to make us all a slave of computer technocracy shit where it's going to digitally control everything you do or say. And you get the point. That's what we're fucking talking about here. To be continued.
The angelic doctor says Jews engage in blasphemies against the faith, evil persuasions, and open persecutions. This is doctrinal opposition, enmity. St. Vincent Ferrer, in his treatise To Convert the Jews, says, "The Jews are obstinate enemies of the Christian faith. They killed the prophets and crucified the Lord and have always persecuted Christians. A canonized saint explicitly calls Jews enemies of the Christian faith." St. Alphonsus Liguori, doctor of the church, says in The Passion and Death of Jesus Christ, "He is left in the hands of his enemies, that they may make him suffer and die according to their own pleasure. Poor Jews, you then imprecated chastisement upon yourselves in saying, 'His blood be upon us and upon our children,' and the chastisement has come. You now endure, you miserable men, and will endure, even till the end of the world, the penalty of that innocent blood." St. Alphonsus makes it clear that the Jews are Christ's enemies, and this will be true until the end of time or their conversion. The Fourth Lateran Council, Canon 69, says, "It is absurd that a blasphemer of Christ should exercise authority over Christians." An ecumenical council officially designates Jews as blasphemers in opposition to Christians. Canon, it's absurd that a blasphemer of Christ should exercise authority.
Who said that?
The Fourth Lateran Council, Canon 69, says, "It is absurd that a blasphemer of Christ should exercise authority over Christians."
Who rules us?
An ecumenical council
Who
officially
rules the world?
designates Jews as blasphemers in opposition to Christians.
Epstein.
Canon 68 required distinctive Jewish dress
Zuckerberg.
to separate them from Christians. The Council of Florence
Berg,
decree
Steve, Berg,
for the
Steve.
Jacobites says this, dogmatically: "The Holy Roman Church firmly believes, professes, and preaches that all those who are outside the Catholic Church, including Jews, will go into the everlasting fire." Jews are explicitly named as outside salvation and under condemnation.
You guys, so I'm Orthodox. Orthodox believes salvation's between you and God. So about like these guys saying you have to bow to the Pope to be saved, maybe not.
Pope Innocent III, in his letter Etsi Judeo, says, "Let not the sons of the free woman be servants of the sons of the handmaid, but as servants rejected by the Lord, for whose death they evilly conspired. Let them realize that the result of this deed is to make them servants of those whom Christ's death made free." He characterizes Jews as having evilly conspired in Christ's death. Pope Paul IV in Cum Nibus Absurdum says, "Since it is absurd and utterly inconvenient that the Jews, who their own fault were condemned by God to eternal slavery, should enjoy our Christian love." This Pope declares Jewish opposition resulted in divine condemnation. And Pope St. Pius V in Hebraeum Gen says, "The Jewish people were once the chosen people, but have been rejected for their perfidy and unbelief." This saint and pope explicitly teaches Jewish perfidy, faithless opposition. For over 1,500 years, every Catholic priest in the world prayed on Good Friday.
How you guys doing, or lack thereof? Here, we're gonna watch something. The theme of this video is gonna say how to kill aristocratic chomos. The next video is educating you on the primary source of what all this shit comes from. Pretty interesting dude. Stay tuned. Brace yourself.
Demonology is the study of demons, which are essentially evil spirits that have the ability to influence the physical world, including ourselves, animals, and observable events. Whether or not we actually believe in the existence of these beings, demonology is an occult science, meaning that there are distinct methods of classification and hierarchy. as well as identification of a demon's name and sigil, theories regarding their demonic powers and limitations, and complex rituals of summoning, command, and exorcism. Hundreds, if not thousands of grimoires have been written on this exact subject, a handful of which you'll be learning about today. Demonology is just as important to the devoutly religious as it is to those who seek to control demons for their own nefarious purposes. This is because understanding the nature of demons can help a person protect themselves from their influence. This concept is called spiritual warfare, a battle between good and evil that we are thought to be constantly engaged in. Of course, whether or not you accept this as truth is up to you. Some people just find this stuff interesting, and I'm not surprised why. Demonology is pretty cool. Hey, fellow seekers, welcome. I'm Mr. Mythos. If you're a fan of strange and ancient mysteries with research so deep you're guaranteed to fall down the rabbit hole, you're in the right place. I humbly ask that you give this video a like and ding the notifications bell so you don't miss any of the rare info we'll be digging into every Saturday. In today's investigation, after a brief overview of the history of demons, we'll be focusing specifically on Christian demonology, as is probably the most well-developed field of demon study. And yes, we're going to get obsessively detailed with it, and I'm going to teach you some weird things. But remember, there's nothing to fear. Mr. Mythos is here. And if you love the work I do, please consider supporting me on Patreon. Without further ado, let's dive right in. The term demon is actually derived from the Greek word demon, which simply means a supernatural entity or spirit. In ancient Greece, this term was actually not negative at all. These demons could be either good or bad, or even completely neutral. For example, the philosopher Socrates talked about his own demon as a spiritual muse who inspired him to seek the truth of reality. Of course, demon or demon is simply a word, and over time, that word evolved to specifically classify malicious entities that would have been blamed for deathly diseases, mental illness, or terrible and unlikely events, such as a person's house mysteriously burning down without any signs of foul play. Perhaps the earliest record we have of malicious demons comes from the magical texts of ancient Mesopotamia, where 7 evil entities were recorded. These 7 entities were called Udug, and they were never visually represented, but simply described as dark shadows with a distinct absence of light surrounding them, as well as a poisonous air and their incredibly loud, even deafening voice. Udugs were believed to be the cause of specific diseases, and detailed instructions of how to exorcise these demons make up some of the earliest Sumerian texts, dating back to over 5,000 years ago, in the 3rd millennium BC. From a Christian perspective, though, demons can get pretty complicated. To begin, it's true that in popular culture we consider angels good and demons bad, but in the original scripture, both of these beings were morally ambiguous. For example, angels were primarily messengers and acted more as robots, programmed by God to do his bidding. Demons, as I said before, are a bit more complicated. They're directly connected to the idea of angels because in ancient Christianity, as well as its predecessor Judaism, demons were believed to be fallen angels, which are angels who committed sin and were permanently expelled from heaven. So, if regular angels essentially operated as robots, then demons or fallen angels would have broken their programming and intended purpose, instead going off to do their own thing, such as having sexual intercourse with human women simply because they found them beautiful. This specific instance is recorded in the 6th chapter of the book of Genesis. In fact, Satan himself was supposed to be a former high-ranking angel whose original heavenly name was Lucifer. So it's important to remember that all demons, including the devil himself, are beings who have direct connection to God, and they also have powers that derive from heaven, though limited to what God will allow. So, if there's one thing we must understand, is that Satan and all other demons are creations of the Almighty God, who essentially gives them power and permission to wreak havoc on earth and tempt humans. While it's confusing to think about, the stance of the church is that this is God's way of continually testing and proving people's faith in Him, as those who turn to Satan make their own choice to sin. For example, King James of the famous King James Version of the Bible strongly emphasized that demons act under God's permission as a rod of correction, and that's his own term, by the way. All that being said, demons are essentially angels that failed to follow God's instructions. They aren't inherently evil, but more independent actors that are not so different from a human in terms of actual morality. Some demons have their own personal agenda. Some are tempted by primal desires, such as sex, while others are directly influenced by Satan in hell and actively serve his evil agenda. However, others may actually be good, and believe it or not, there are demons who worship God. This is actually really interesting, that many times in the Bible, we see demons actively submitting to Jesus' authority, Jesus being the Son of God and part of the Holy Trinity. For example, every time a demon came into the presence of Jesus, they would pretty much automatically bow or even throw themselves to the ground and worship Him, such as in the Gospel of Mark. If we trace the appearances of demons from the oldest books of the Bible to the final ones written, such as the book of Revelation, you'll find that at that time there still was an idea that neutral and good demons existed. However, the Bible gives most focus toward the evil ones and those who serve specifically under Satan's legion. So this is where we get the popular idea that demons are inherently evil. Over time, and as Christianity developed and spread through Europe, there was a distinct change in the way that the term demon was used. It evolved beyond fallen angels and began to branch out to cover just about every untrustworthy pagan god, especially those in polytheistic religions such as that of ancient Greece, Rome, Scandinavia, Germany, etc. All of these gods, who were worshipped and believed to have influence on the physical world, were considered by early and medieval Christians to be demonic entities, tempting people away from the one true God. This understanding of demons was largely independent from the original Christian scripture, but became its own sort of apocrypha since it was recorded by important Christian scholars beginning around the 2nd century AD. Of course, the folklore of these regions in which Christianity spread had their own legends of demonic entities, and from this folklore, the idea of demons began to encompass much more than just fallen angels and pagan gods, but also ghosts, ghouls, goblins, and fairies. All of these are lesser spirits who don't possess a physical body, but they have the ability to interact with the physical world, sometimes in very powerful ways. And conversely, we may interact with them by conjuring their presence, speaking to them, and even controlling these entities through magic. At least that was what was believed. As I mentioned in the beginning, we'll be focusing on Christian demonology, so let's talk about the nature, specifically of the evil fallen angels, the ones who serve under Satan. What they look like, what powers they have, and how they carry out their mission. Their mission, of course, is to test one's faith in God through temptation and manipulation of circumstances to gradually push a person over the edge. We'll begin with the defining features of demons and what these beings are capable of. Demons pretty much share the same nature as regular angels, being that they're non-physical, celestial, and immortal beings. They are not omniscient, but they typically have one specific body of knowledge they're specialized in. Sometimes this can be broad, such as natural or moral philosophy, or extremely narrow, such as the poisons and cures derived from herbs. The powers that demons have do come from heaven, but are carefully limited by God, and typically demons can only be in one place at one time, but some traditions suggest that the devil can be omnipresent, which puts Satan's power in a much higher category than any other known demon. The Gospel of Mark implies twice that multiple demons can cling to a single person, and in general, demons are known to torment their victim over long periods of time, as well as over multiple attempts until they are able to fully possess the person and gain complete control. They're also able to torment and possess animals, as seen in the Gospel of Luke. So, pretty much every living creature is vulnerable to their influence. But when they're not clinging on to people and animals, where do demons go? Well, though we usually think of demons living in hell, the Gospel of Luke describes them as wandering endlessly in arid places, which means some waterless dimension apart from our own physical world. Their only home, where they feel most comfortable, is supposedly inside people, animals, and idols, which can be statues or images associated with pagan worship. So, what do demons actually look like, especially when we know they aren't physical beings? Well, most of our typical image of demons actually comes from the book of Revelation, especially the idea that they have horns. But this idea likely originates way earlier with ancient pagan gods such as Moloch, who is portrayed as a bull. There were also other pagan gods who had the head of a bull, or wore bull horns as their crown. So, if you're like the ancient Christians, who believed these gods were actually demons worshipped by those who fell victim to their temptations, then yeah, we could say that horns are a trait of some demons. However, the Bible makes it clear that demons can take on pretty much any physical appearance they desire, including ones we would associate as good or even holy. For example, 2 Corinthians states that demons can appear in the form of, quote, false apostles masquerading as apostles of Christ. And no wonder, for Satan himself masquerades as an angel of light. It is not surprising then if his servants masquerade as servants of righteousness. End quote. Speaking of the devil, in the Bible, Satan takes the form of various animals, including a serpent, a goat, and even a seven-headed red dragon. So it's pretty clear that no appearance can be accurately prescribed to demons. They pretty much take whatever form helps them accomplish their goal. For example, there are two species of demons known as incubi and succubi, whose goal is temptation through seduction. The incubus thus appears in the form of an attractive man to seduce and have sexual intercourse with women, and the succubus takes the form of an attractive woman to do the same with men. Moreover, the 15th century treatise on witchcraft, Malleus Maleficarum, states that some classes of demons prefer to take the form of children. The identifying traits are that these children are abnormally heavy and don't grow over time as a normal child would. There are supposedly more identifying traits associated with demons who take a physical form. For example, their bodies would be abnormally cold, even icy. But this icy belief evolved during the infamous witch trials, as supposed witches were tortured to give out information. So I wouldn't exactly call it reliable. What is somewhat reliable, yet extremely debated and controversial, is whether demons possess sexuality. Slight trigger warning, by the way, as we'll be talking very generally and briefly about non-consensual encounters. So, sex-wise, the traditional Christian demons, such as Satan and Beelzebub, are pretty much always stated to be male, and this is consistent in both religious and occult sources. And I hate to disappoint, but this includes succubi, who take the form of beautiful women in order to have intercourse with men. The succubus is, in fact, a male. On top of that, the succubus is thought to take the man's sperm, then transform itself into an incubus, who then has sexual intercourse with a woman and uses that sperm to impregnate her. Theologians generally agree that this is how the first fallen angels produced offspring with human women in the book of Genesis. By the way, this is all despite them not actually having a physical body, but instead an intentionally manifested one. So, in that sense, you could say that demons are almost definitely sexless and only conform to a perceived gender. As you may imagine, sexual attraction and lust are very important concepts in demonology because they encompass some of the most powerful temptations a person might face, being that our nature, just like any other living creature, is to reproduce. But it wasn't always a brief demonic encounter of seduction and sex. In fact, most Christian demonologists would agree that long-term consensual relationships between humans and demons were entirely possible. The thought was that this relationship was one of pain and toxicity. However, many people who confess to having these relationships, such as diabolical witches and 13th century Luciferians, they were pretty insistent that it was a satisfying and pleasurable experience. To each their own. We'll go in deeper about the abilities of demons and how one might go about summoning and controlling them, but first, we need to return back to what is the core of demonology. Being that it's traditionally treated as a science, not so different from zoology, demonologists give a ton of focus to how demons are classified and placed into a hierarchy, because this is how we derive a better understanding of what specific demons are capable of, what body of knowledge they specialize in, and what superiors they answer to. And it's through this deeper understanding that the demonologist gains power over the demon. There is no better place to start than getting to know the most powerful demons of them all, and these are the archdemons. So, much like archangels, who command choirs of angels, archdemons command legions of demons. Unlike in angelology, however, demonology doesn't have a concretely defined list of what specific demons are archdemons. There was and still is a lot of controversy about this in the occult world. For example, there were the ancient Canaanite gods, Baal and Astarte, who, in ancient Christianity, became seen as two of the worst enemies of God. So early demonology considered them to be archdemons and associated them with the demons Baal and Astaroth. But as the religious worship of Baal and Astarte stopped, the perceived threat of these two supposed archdemons went away, and so did their place on the hierarchy. That being said, there is a mostly consistent hierarchy of archdemons from the Middle Ages that survives into modern day, and these are the 7 princes of hell. The 7 princes are based upon the infamous 7 deadly sins, with each sin being associated with a specific archdemon as their primary method of temptation. This system comes from the anonymous 15th century tract known as the Lantern of Light. The first prince of hell is Lucifer, the original fallen angel, who is associated with pride. Second, we have Leviathan, who is a demonic sea serpent referenced throughout the Bible, and he is associated with envy. Third, there is Satanas, which is Latin for Satan, the fallen form of Lucifer, and he represents wrath. Fourth is Belphegor, said to be the laziest and most neglectful of all the former angels in heaven. And of course, Belphegor represents sloth. The fifth is Mammon, a fallen angel who, according to occult writings, always looked down at the gold pavement of heaven instead of up at God himself. Thus, Mammon is associated with greed. The sixth is Beelzebub. In Catholic demonology, Beelzebub is thought to be one of the first 3 angels to fall from heaven, alongside Lucifer and Leviathan, and his name translates literally to Lord of the Flies. Beelzebub is associated with gluttony. Finally, the 7th is Asmodeus, who is depicted as a chimera, with the chest of a man, the leg of a chicken, the tail of a dragon, and 3 heads, that of a man, a ram, and a bull. despite this absolutely hideous appearance, Asmodeus represents lust. So, beyond the 7 archdemons, there are countless medieval grimoires that contain very long lists, some with hundreds of entries with very little consistency between them, by the way. And these lists typically set out to organize lesser demons by office, rank, and title. As for titles, these are typically derived from the titles they held as angels before their fall from heaven. For example, the demon Olivier was Prince of the Archangels, and thus he retains that title in hell, even though that's clearly no longer his position. In terms of rank, demons are traditionally organized as a sort of military hierarchy, with anything from a president who commands many legions of demons, to a general in charge of a specific group, all the way to those lesser demons who are essentially foot soldiers. For example, there is the demon Sargatanos, who the Red Dragon Grimoire states is a brigadier major, commanding only 3 lesser demons, Farai, Lorai, and Valefer, and Sargatanos reports to his superior, the higher demon Astaroth. I'm particularly fond of the 1818 Infernal Dictionary for the pretty mundane ranks assigned to some of these lesser demons. For example, we've got Malcolm, the Pair Treasurer, Nisroch, Chief of the Kitchen, Behemoth, Chief Cupbearer, Dagon, Grand Paneler, which means he's in charge of the bread in the pantry, and Nibis, the Grand Buffoon. Finally, in terms of office, this usually crosses over with rank, but an office can also be assigned to a demon depending on the times and locations in which they appear in the world of humans. For example, the demon Leonard is the Great Lord of the Sabbath, and the demon Belial is the ambassador of Italy. Finally, there is a hierarchy based on the cardinal directions, which are north, south, east, and west. This is found in the very famous grimoire, the Lesser Key of Solomon, and it suggests an alternative to the 7 princes of hell. Instead of 7 princes, there are 4 kings of the cardinal directions who serve directly under Satan, and beneath them, these 4 kings command 72 powerful demons, which King Solomon from the Bible allegedly summoned, but we'll get into that story a bit later. The 4 kings are as follows. King of the North is Zeminier, and King of the West is Corson. Unfortunately for both Zeminier and Corson, there's hardly any information available beyond their name, so what they look like and what they represent are largely unknown. However, for the kings of the East and South, there's quite a bit more to dig into. The king of the East is Amaimon, who is recognized as the lord of avarice, which is extreme greed and materialism. Something a bit curious about Amaimon is that when a person summons this demon, they have to stand upright with their headdress removed in order to show respect. And if they fail to do this, then Amaimon will pretend like everything is cool, but in secret, he'll set up the summoner's work for catastrophe. Moving on, the King of the South is a powerful demon known simply as Gap. There's actually quite a bit of lore to this demon. First off, when Gap takes a physical form, he presents himself as a charming human prince or some other high nobility. Gap is closely associated with love, as well as pretty strange and specific behaviors, such as providing medical care for women, and while doing so, making them more attractive to men, but at the same time rendering them infertile. Probably in line with this idea, later grimoires described Gap as having the power to make men stupid or invisible. And like we covered earlier, these demons tend to specialize in a body of knowledge, and Gap is a master of the liberal arts. So now we have an idea of how demons are generally cataloged based on hierarchy, but there can also be classification based on type, meaning the instinctual nature and desires of certain demons and what sort of powers they possess. Actually, this isn't too different from classes of animals in zoology. Most birds fly, and most fish swim, and most succubi take the form of beautiful women and seduce men, for example. Something most people don't know is that King James of the King James Bible, probably the most influential book of all time, yeah, King James was actually an extremely devoted demonologist, and he wrote a dissertation known simply as Demonology in 1597. This document classified 4 primary types of demons based on their typical method of causing trouble. First, we have the spectra, which is a spirit that haunts a house or some other solitary place, much like the modern concept of a ghost or poltergeist. Then there is the obsession type, which is a spirit that follows certain people around and causes external trouble near them throughout the day. This gets us a little closer to what we usually think of as a demon. Third is the possession type, which actually attaches itself or even enters the person in order to cause them trouble from the inside. Think violent psychotic outbreaks or sudden and extreme depression, maybe even a complete change of personality. Finally, there are fairies, which are spirits who present themselves physically and interact with humans in a direct way. That would include leading a person to danger, having sexual intercourse with them, or transporting them from one location to another. However, predating King James's 4 types of demons was a list of 6, except these were determined by where the demons reside. This classification was created by the 1st century Byzantine monk, Michael Psellos, and is as follows. First are the Lolirium, who are the most powerful demons of the 6, and they inhabit the ether, which is beyond the moon. Second are the Aerial, which are demons of the air and atmosphere, below the moon. Third are the Terrestrial, who reside on land. Fourth are the Marine, who live in the water. Fifth are the Subterranean, who live in a network of cave systems and hollow pockets deep beneath the earth. Shoutouts to my last video, Inner Earth Conspiracies. A sequel is coming next week, by the way. The 6th and final type are the Lucifugus, which are the lowest and weakest demons of the 6, and they reside in the lowest hell. They are completely blind and almost entirely senseless. Speaking of weak and powerful demons, the monk Michael Psellos did elaborate on the abilities of these demons, explaining that the highest and most powerful would try to attack a person's mind in order to manipulate their imagination and produce vivid illusions. On the other hand, the lowest and weakest couldn't do much more than grunt and act instinctually. They are simply attracted to the warmth of a living human and are otherwise completely mindless and rather disgusting. From all this, we can see that there are many types of demons, as well as hundreds of individual demons with a name and title. So that begs the question that nobody asked. Just how many demons are there in existence, literally speaking? Well, based on the book of Revelation, there's an idea that 1/3 of all angels turned into fallen angels. But believe it or not, there are some exact numbers we can reference, which were calculated using extremely complicated systems of data points taken from both scripture and occult writings. For example, the 16th century demonologist Johann Weyer calculated the number of demons in existence as 4,439,622, which was then divided into 666 legions, with each legion made up of 6,666 demons, all of them ruled by 66 dukes, princes, and kings of hell. But if you think that's a bit of a conservative number, then consider the 15th century Catholic bishop, Alfonso de Spina, who calculated the exact population of demons as 133,316,666. But then there's the problem of procreation. Think about this for a second. If demons can create offspring with human women, as we've seen in the book of Genesis, then there's no way this number would ever be constant. I suggest we leave it to the experts to figure this one out. And with that, it's finally time to move on to the meat of today's presentation. What it takes to summon and command a demon, and what that might actually look like in practice. When someone talks about summoning a demon, they're referring to Solomonic magic, which is derived from a number of ancient grimoires, which are said to date all the way back to the reign of King Solomon, a biblical king and the builder of the first temple in Jerusalem. Beyond being an extremely important historical monarch who ruled from the year 970 BC to 931, according to a vast number of legends, Solomon was also one of the most powerful magicians and exorcists to ever live. Perhaps the very first text on demonology was the Testament of Solomon, which is believed by many occultists to have been written by King Solomon himself, though this is debated and the Testament of Solomon is not considered canonical scripture. Its origins, however, are at least 2,000 years old, making it older than the Book of Revelation. The Testament of Solomon supposedly documents how Solomon built his temple, and that was by means of summoning and commanding a number of powerful demons, using a magical ring engraved by God. The text is comprised mainly of interviews with these demons, in which Solomon tries to extract information about their evil deeds, their weaknesses, and how they might be defeated. But how did Solomon summon these demons in the first place? Well, the key lies in this ring gifted to him by the archangel Michael, which bears the seal of God, which is a pentagram. This ring and seal are used to stamp the chest of the demon in order to enslave them. This idea of a seal is perhaps the most important concept in the art of summoning demons, because just as God has a unique seal, so does every demon. Later Solomonic grimoires elaborated on the seals of individual demons, which could also be used to control them. Of course, demons prefer to keep their seals hidden, because if one is discovered or possibly revealed by another demon under torture and interrogation, this is their primary vulnerability, at least according to Solomonic magic. Solomonic magic is corrupting, though, and most who practice it are said to, at some point, become overwhelmed and abandon their beliefs in favor of some great temptation, thus losing the spirit of God and also their command over the demon. In the Testament of Solomon, King Solomon himself falls victim to this and ends up worshipping the demons Remphan and Moloch in exchange for sex with a Shunammite woman. At the end of the text, he gives his grave warning to the reader not to follow in his footsteps. So, with that being said, we're about to learn what actually goes into summoning and controlling a demon, and I strongly recommend that you do not actually try these techniques, as they are from real grimoires, and I'm only relaying this information for the sake of being obsessively complete in our investigation of Christian demonology.
So that was Mr. Mythos on demonology, guys. Pretty heavy shit. So I'm at work, I'm Pastor Squatcho, and I love you. Some other shit to watch, guys. It's pretty scary, ain't it? Give me a second, guys. I'm finding something else for us to watch. Demonic activity explained in obsession. That is pretty fucking pertinent. Mr. Mythos on demonic oppression. Let's see how that is. I was very interested in trying to hear the antics of demonic forces. Do you ask me if I believe in this? The biblical parts, yeah. Is some of it not? It's pretty much everything he says belongs in the realm of Christendom. Some people wouldn't think that Solomonic magic has anything to do. It's like they would say it's evil. Okay, Mr. Mythos. I don't judge. Demonic obsession. Let's see. Very interesting shit. Explain it. No, it doesn't explain in obsessive detail. That's not what I was looking for. You guys want to see about rock stars? That's very interesting. Demons
Page,
with rock stars.
the erudite and softly spoken lead guitarist of Led Zeppelin. Jimmy Page, the erudite and softly spoken lead guitarist of Led Zeppelin, once told a journalist, "I do not worship the devil, but magic does intrigue me. Magic of all kinds. It wasn't for some years until I understood what it was all about." Page, a native to Hounslow, West London, shook the world of rock and roll unlike any other star before him. Broodingly handsome, witty, and with a quirky and exotic taste, Page was a peacock among pheasants. His circle was the most eccentric of the age of Aquarius. Finger-snapping, hash-smoking, LSD-dropping dandies. Page's circle, however, had a darker side, a side entrenched in mystical Eastern esotericism and ancient magic, the occult. Jimmy Page's peacocking connected him with many of the legends of rock and roll, from Eric Clapton to the Rolling Stones, both of whom he regularly jammed with as a session guitarist. Page eventually founded Led Zeppelin, the experimental evolution of his former band, the New Yardbirds. Zeppelin, in his own words, came together like magic. First, he found John Paul Jones, the bass guitarist, then Robert Plant, the lead singer, and finally John Bonham, the drummer. An unholy quaternity reflected by their personal symbols, 4 sigils. Admittedly, this was an unusual choice of logo for a band. At the time, sigils were little known outside of esoteric circles. A sigil is a symbol used in magic, often the pictorial signature of a demon or other spirit, today most frequently employed in chaos magic. They can be used for blessings, just as they could be used for curses. It's speculated that Page's foray into the occult may have had devastating consequences for him and for his bandmates. Over a curious sort of time, bad luck, accidents, sickness, and eventually several deaths would plague the band members and those close to them. This is known as the curse of Led Zeppelin. For this investigation, we'll take a closer look at the historical facts surrounding these events, and with all due respect for the victims involved, explore the detailed speculations of longtime Zeppelin fans as well as occult researchers. Some say that Jimmy Page sold his soul, the soul of Robert Plant, and the soul of John Bonham to the devil. To understand the curse of Led Zeppelin in its full mystery, we must go back, long before the era of rock and roll, rewinding nearly 6 centuries to the infamous alchemist Johann Georg Faust. Welcome to Occult Mysteries. A pact with the devil, also known as a Faustian bargain, is a literary trope as old as time itself. Christian tradition tells that a contract with the devil is a transaction between Satan and a person. Satan delivers worldly goods, which the person exchanges for their soul. History abounds with tales of famed public figures said to have made pacts with the devil. The most famous of these tales is of Johann Georg Faust. The story of Faust begins with a dissatisfied scholar who has exhausted all means of human study. In exchange for infinite knowledge and a boundless hedonistic lifestyle, he trades his soul. The story opens with Faust alone in his study, preparing a ritual to conjure a spirit. "Therefore myself to magic I give," he says. When the devil, Mephistopheles, is summoned and agrees to serve Faust, the scholar implores, "How must I thy services repay?" To which Mephistopheles responds, "Undersignest merely with a drop of blood," which means, in no uncertain terms, with his soul. Faust accepts. Alas, the deal ends in tragedy. The story is said to have been based upon the real-life German alchemist Johann Georg Faust, who supposedly died in a laboratory explosion after the devil came to collect his soul personally. The devil, or Lucifer, which in Latin means the morning star, was created as the anointed cherub, the most powerful of God's angels. According to the book of Ezekiel, Lucifer had musical instruments built into his very being, stating that, quote, "The workmanship of your timbrels and pipes was prepared for you on the day you were created." And thus, Satan is thought to have been heaven's finest musician. It is because of this that there is an intrinsic, almost natural relationship between the Faustian bargain and music. And many of you may already be aware that deals with the devil are a common trope in nearly every musical genre. In the year 1713, famed Italian composer Giuseppe Tartini dreamt that the devil visited him and promised to serve him in exchange for his soul. In the dream, Tartini accepted and out of curiosity presented the devil with his violin. The Great Spirit began to play the most beautiful solo Tartini had ever heard. It left him breathless. When he awoke, Tartini frantically attempted to recreate the composition to the best of his recollection. This piece became the Devil's Trill Sonata, a composition noted for its incredibly difficult and technically complex double-stop trills, even though Tartini had only just taken up the violin 3 years prior. He went on to become one of the most influential violinists that ever lived. It is often speculated that Stairway to Heaven, Led Zeppelin's most famous song and often regarded as the most popular rock song of all time, was a product of the devil. Besides the well-known theory that the song played backwards is an audible ode to Satan, Robert Plant once said that the song came to him in a dream. And we must wonder, was it one similar to Tartini's? Dreams aside, we must now fast forward 2 centuries to the genre of music more notorious for Faustian bargains than any other, the blues. Robert Johnson, who would be a significant influence on Led Zeppelin long after his death, began as a struggling blues musician from the Mississippi Delta, born around the turn of the 20th century. He is perhaps most known not for his music, but for his alleged deal with the devil. Johnson is said to have approached the crossroads late on an October's evening, while the moon was full, and sold his soul to the devil, who came to him in the form of a large black man. The devil took Johnson's guitar and tuned it, completing the deal. The crossroads has long been associated with the paranormal. In both European and African folklore, the crossroads are a meeting point where the eternal truth touches the passing world. Stories of the crossroads were very popular among the southern African American community in Johnson's time. In Africa, the crossroad legend goes back as far as the Anansi people of West Africa. In Anansi tradition, the crossroads symbolized the making of decisions, spiritual communion, and the crossing of boundaries, both physical and metaphysical. Stories of the crossroads often do present a symbolic boundary. For example, in one version of Robert Johnson's Pact, the devil says to him, "If you take one more step in the direction you're heading, you are going to have the blues like never known to this world." Whether Johnson did sell his soul or not, we will never know. What we do know, however, is that prior to Johnson's supposed deal, he was considered by contemporaries to be an awful musician. He was said to have had no rhythm. He didn't have the blues. Johnson was murdered at the age of 27 by the jealous husband of one of his many girlfriends. A poisoned bottle of whiskey saw him crouched over, dead and bleeding from the mouth. What is perhaps most curious about Johnson's deal is not the Faustian bargain itself, as that's been seen hundreds of times, but rather the embodiment of the devil as a black man at the crossroads. In African esoteric religion, specifically Haitian voodoo, the guardian of the crossroads is Papa Legba. Legba serves as a gateway between the physical and spiritual worlds, providing a way for both to communicate with one another. Papa Legba is thought of as a trickster, but not a particularly evil or malevolent one, differing considerably from the Faustian concept of the crossroads devil. If we interpret the story of Robert Johnson through the lens of African religious folklore, then the dark figure Johnson meets is not a vile and despicable spirit, but rather a friend. In fact, folklorists have theorized that Johnson was a practitioner of voodoo, not Christianity. And this tells a very different scenario where Johnson did not visit the crossroads to sell his soul, but instead to ask his God for divine guidance and wisdom. The same outcome, however, might not translate to those who may have recreated his legendary actions with the wrong idea and intention. It may not be Papa Legba that they summon. Whatever Johnson did on that fateful night, he lived and died a legend and inspired countless musicians after him, the members of Led Zeppelin included. We know for a fact that at least 2 of the band's songs were directly influenced by an organ, specifically the Lemon Song and Trampled Underfoot. And in 1969, they covered his song, Traveling Riverside Blues. Rock and roll music, as we know it today, emerged from the blues. Bands like the Rolling Stones were inspired by musicians such as Howlin' Wolf, Muddy Waters, and Robert Johnson. The Rolling Stones began playing blues music fused with rock and roll in England. The Stones would later cite Muddy Waters as their main source of inspiration. Waters' song, Rolling Stone, was where they got their name. Another artist who drew great inspiration from the blues was Jimi Hendrix. Hendrix claimed that Muddy Waters was the first guitarist he had ever heard, and that Waters' performance blew him away. His rock and roll attitude and onstage persona he borrowed from Chuck Berry. Hendrix's blues roots gave way to a successful, albeit tragically short, career as a psychedelic rocker until his sudden death at 27. Artists like the Beatles, Cream, the Yardbirds, and the New Yardbirds, which would later become Led Zeppelin, were also inspired by the blues. In 1998, Jimmy Page and Robert Plant even journeyed to the Mississippi Delta to pay tribute at the tombstones of dead bluesmen. The supernatural has been with the blues for as long as the blues have been the blues. References to the devil are made in countless blues albums and singles. It is no surprise then that impressionable young British men, inspired by the great bluesmen of their generation, would also become interested in the supernatural. The birthplace of the blues is commonly thought to be Mississippi. To this day, you'll find large African American communities there who still hold their African roots close to their chests. It is from within these communities that we find the source of the supernatural elements of the blues. Many of the people there, while now largely Christian, were originally practitioners of voodoo, and much of their spirituality spilt over into the music that they wrote and produced. The supernatural influences on blues music fed into early rock and roll. As rock was becoming popular in England, there was a countercultural revolution taking place. The youth were growing out their hair, turning away from authority, and embracing freedom. Jimmy Page was one of these long-haired British teenagers shunning societal norms. The occult, for many young people at that time, including Page, was the polar opposite to the traditional Christianity that pervaded all sectors of British society. While the blues profoundly influenced Page and his generation's interest in the occult, there, of course, were other sources of inspiration. Aleister Crowley is a controversial figure, to say the least. He's also incredibly misunderstood. Many claim Crowley was a Satanist, though that suggests little understanding of the occult. Crowley was a magician, but not a devil worshipper, at least in the conventional sense. However, Crowley's magic was far from the play magic of David Blaine. His interests were not in illusions, but in unlocking dimensions, conversing with angels, and summoning demons. Crowley was a former member of the Golden Dawn Society, a group founded by Samuel Little McGregor Mathers toward the turn of the 20th century. The society was a secret one, akin to the Freemasons. The group claimed to have access to secret magical Egyptian knowledge. The Golden Dawn's intentions were not evil. In fact, the society wanted humanity to rise to higher levels of consciousness and awareness. They wanted the world to wake up. One member of the Golden Dawn was famed Irish poet William Butler Yeats. Another was Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, a medical doctor and author of Sherlock Holmes. Crowley was supposedly responsible for tearing the group apart through bitter infighting. Many of the Golden Dawn's leadership considered Crowley's form of magic to be self-centered and selfish, a sentiment he would later embrace with his "do what thou wilt" credo. After the Golden Dawn split, Crowley founded his own secret society, Ordo Templi Orientis, also known as OTO. The organization's religious headquarters was in Cefalu, Sicily. Crowley's life was spent in orgies and the consumption of copious amounts of drugs. Regardless, he never abandoned his commitment to esoteric magic and continued to mystify and allure his followers long after his death. In fact, he is said to have been the inspiration for L. Ron Hubbard's Scientology. Crowley was a well-cultured, educated, and clever man. He was also selfish, domineering, and cruel. It was his cruelty that, in the end, pushed people away from him. By the time of his death, Crowley had only a few followers. He died in a boarding house in Hastings, England. His last words, according to a friend, were, "Sometimes I hate myself." It was not Crowley's life that was particularly remarkable to the teenagers of the 1960s, with whom he became an icon, but rather his "do what thou wilt" credo. Musicians, beatniks, and rebels began to live according to this phrase. Ultimately, what Aleister Crowley and his teachings stood for was a rejection of society, self-gratification, and the pursuing of one's desires, however depraved and however abstract. It was this attitude that spurred the 60s countercultural revolution. Young people became emboldened, courageous, and were finally able to enjoy themselves through sex, drugs, and rock and roll. So the occult was fashionable, most certainly. But with all types of fashion, we find people who take them much more seriously than others. One such person was Jimmy Page, who came, in a way, to almost worship Crowley, going as far as to join his organization, OTO, where he has remained a member for nearly 50 years. Crowley's particular brand of magic was inspired by a spirit named Aiwass, who he channeled through his wife while in Cairo. Thus, the magic he promoted was supposedly of the ancient Egyptians, which we can see from his religious texts and writings, as they are abound with references to a mystic, secret form of Egyptian magic. This too was something embraced by Jimmy Page. In the Victoria and Albert Museum in London, one of Page's stage outfits is displayed. On it, we see the Eye of Horus enveloped in a pyramid. What is for one person a passing breeze is for another a tornado that consumes every part of them. For Jimmy Page, it appears that he was of the latter persuasion. Page's life has been shrouded in mystery. He is an elusive and intriguing figure, and undoubtedly one of the greatest rock stars to ever walk on this earth. A rock star unlike any other. Jimmy Page was born to James and Patricia Page in West London on the 9th of January, 1944. His father was a personnel manager at a plastic coating plant. His mother was a doctor's secretary. In 1952, Page's family moved to Epsom, Surrey, which is where Page first developed a love for music. His first guitar was a Spanish one, and he found it mysteriously in a cupboard in his home, as if by magic. He would later say, "I don't know whether the guitar was left behind by the people in the house before us, or whether it was a friend of the family's. Nobody seemed to know why it was there." Jimmy Page, to his credit, was largely self-taught. He attended very few guitar classes and mastered the instrument on his own, In 1957, he appeared on BBC One with a guitar he had bought with his savings. His first electric guitar he bought secondhand. From an early age, Page was a fan of the blues, citing Elmore James, B.B. King, Otis Rush, Freddie King, and Muddy Waters as his inspirations. Page's interest in the occult also began young. As a schoolboy of 15, he read Aleister Crowley's Magic in Theory and Practice. After coming across the book, he would later be quoted as saying, "Yes, that's it. My thing. I've found it." By the mid-1960s, Page had become an accomplished session guitarist and surrounded himself with groupies, hippies, and pot-smoking dropouts. The sex, drugs, and rock and roll, however, were not enough for the young Jimmy Page. After rising to fame in the Yardbirds, Jimmy founded a new quartet, Led Zeppelin. Zeppelin was quickly signed to Atlantic Records and managed by Peter Grant, who previously managed Chuck Berry and the Animals. Within a year, the band had gathered a cult-like following among rock fans in the United Kingdom, Europe, and United States. Fans immediately began to notice Page's fascination with the occult. In the few interviews he gave, he made frequent reference to the occult and his study of it. He once told a journalist that, "You cannot ignore evil if you study the supernatural as I do. I have many books on the subject, and I've also attended a number of seances. I want to go on studying it." And go on he did. Page is thought to have asked his bandmates, Robert Plant, John Bonham, and John Paul Jones, to perform a ritual with him that would cement Led Zeppelin's name in rock and roll history and set them up for life. The ritual, however, could not be spoken of. It would redefine their futures and that of Led Zeppelin. Among occultists, this type of magic is not taken lightly. It involves the conjuring of ancient spirits, the gods of men. These rituals, which would have been all too familiar to Aleister Crowley, should only be performed by experienced occultists and wizards, not half-stoned musicians, one practitioner would later claim. It is commonly thought that out of the quartet, the only member to refuse to participate in the ritual was John Paul Jones. The trouble started for Led Zeppelin soon after their rise to popularity, coinciding with the alleged ritual. First, Robert Plant was nearly killed in a serious car accident. Then, just 2 weeks later, his Aston Martin fell on top of him and crushed him, breaking his ribs. Perhaps this was an omen of the greater harm that was still to come. Perhaps the half-stoned rockers of Led Zeppelin were not as great magicians as they thought they were. First, The trouble started for Led Zeppelin soon after their rise to popularity, coinciding with the alleged ritual. First, Robert Plant was nearly killed in a serious car accident. Then, just 2 weeks later, his Aston Martin fell on top of him and crushed him, breaking his ribs. Perhaps this was an omen of the greater harm that was still to come. Perhaps the half-stoned rockers of Led Zeppelin were not as great magicians as they thought they were. Almost immediately, Led Zeppelin's fanbase began to swell to become an indomitable and unforgettable rock force still adored by millions to this day. And as Led Zeppelin's fame grew, so too did Jimmy Page's wealth and freedom to practice the occult without restraint, financially or otherwise. Page purchased Boleskine House on the shores of Loch Ness. It was the former home of his idol, Aleister Crowley, and the supposed location of a ritual said to have torn the fabric of our universe and allowed evil unlike any other to enter into it. Crowley's mentor, Samuel Liddell MacGregor Mathers, had translated the medieval occultist grimoire, The Book of Sacred Magic of Abramelin the Mage. His translation, albeit a poor one, was used by Crowley to perform a ritual to summon the 12 kings and dukes of hell. Now, Crowley seldom criticized himself, but even he admitted that his rituals at Boleskine House had gotten out of hand. After his housekeeper's 10-year-old daughter and 1-year-old son died suddenly and inexplicably, Crowley abandoned the property. He would later claim that a former employee of Boleskine House turned by the evil he saw there and attempted to murder his entire family. To this day, locals claim that evil spirits walk the grounds of Boleskine House, and it's easy to see why they might. In 1965, the new owner of the property, an Army major, took his own life with a shotgun. Friends of Jimmy Page and visitors to Boleskine House would claim that at dusk, as the sun disappeared, that the patio and gardens would become awash with shadows, phantoms, and specters, the residue of a century of ritual magic. Servants and maids came as quickly as they went, all agreeing that the home was pure evil. In 1992, after spending less than 3 months living there in his 22-year ownership, Jimmy Page sold Boleskine House, stating that bad vibes ran through it. In 2015, the most recent owners of Boleskine House was Phantom. In 1965, the new owner of the property, an Army major, took his own life with a shotgun. Friends of Jimmy Page and visitors to Boleskine House would claim that at dusk, as the sun disappeared, that the patio and gardens would become awash with shadows, phantoms, and specters, the residue of a century of ritual magic. Servants and maids came as quickly as they went, all agreeing that the home was pure evil. In 1992, after spending less than 3 months living there in his 22-year ownership, Jimmy Page sold Boleskine House, stating that bad vibes ran through it. In 2015, the most recent owners of Boleskine House returned from a trip to the grocery store and found the manor set ablaze. The property was empty at the time the fire started, and no explanation has ever been offered in its wake. The evil of Boleskine House did not begin with Aleister Crowley, however. The earliest mention of death on the property is from the 10th century. According to legend, a church once stood on the property's grounds, but, like Boleskine House, was set ablaze and burnt to the ground, trapping the entirety of its congregants inside. The cemetery, which sits at the foot of the hill Boleskine House stands on, has long been the site of cult rituals. A hidden tunnel linked the manor to the cemetery, supposedly to give the property owners quick access to the graveyard to prevent body snatching, which was, at the time, very common. But returning to Jimmy Page, his obsession with Aleister Crowley was not limited to just buying his one-time home. Page bought an esoteric bookstore, which was a namesake of Crowley's journal, The Equinox. Around the corner, Page purchased the infamous Tower House, a building long associated with paranormal activity. One of his girlfriends, Pamela DeBar, claimed that Page had her travel to San Francisco and Los Angeles to search for Crowley's lost artifacts. There, she was able to locate a number of manuscripts, pieces of magical apparatus, and Crowley's ritual robes. Page, of course, had his own robes. He often arrived on stage wearing custom-made, one-off costumes. Possibly the most notorious of these was Page's infamous dragon suit, a black one-piece embroidered with his personal sigil, a full-length Chinese dragon, and astrological symbols. Experienced occult practitioners assert that Page's costume was indeed a magical robe used in on-stage rituals. Page's fascination with Crowley spilled over into Led Zeppelin's album covers and artwork too. On Led Zeppelin 3, carved into the vinyl with a stylus, we find the inscription, "So mote it be," on one side, and on the other, "Do what thou wilt." Do What Thou Wilt is a core article of faith in Crowley's Thelemite belief system and powerful magical incantations. The infamous magician and friend of Page, William S. Burroughs, believes strongly in the power of electrical magic, the idea of harnessing electricity to perform occult rituals. So a Thelemite magical incantation spinning on millions of turntables across the world at the same time would make for a good example of this. The other phrase, so mote it be, originated among the Freemasons. In English, it is customary to end a prayer with the word Amen, which is a Latin word meaning so be it. The word mote in English is an archaic verb that means might or may. So mote it be then means so may it be. In Freemasonry, every ceremony ends with these words, which is likely where Jimmy Page took it from. However, there is a more interesting theory. In the Arabic language, mote or al-mote means death. So mote it be could, in theory, mean so death it be. When we consider Page's fascination with Eastern esotericism and ancient Egypt, the theory holds some weight. By Led Zeppelin IV, the occult symbolism became painstakingly obvious, as if Page no longer made any attempts at hiding it. On the inside of the album's cover was a painting of the Hermit, a tarot card symbol, and from left to right on the inner sleeve were 4 sigils, representing Page, Jones, Bonham, and Plant, respectively. Most of these sigils can be traced to Rudolf Koch's 1955 Book of Science, a work featuring a collection of ancient magical and alchemical symbols from across the world. Robert Plant's sigil is said to be the Feather of Truth, a representation of the Egyptian goddess Mayat. John Bonham's was the least occult-like, a simple drum kit. John Paul Jones' sigil was a Celtic symbol, co-opted by Christianity to represent the Trinity among the Britons. Page's personal sigil, an inscription that reads Zoso, is harder to pin down, however. Some say it originated in the famed black magic grimoire Le Dragon Rouge, an arcane text which contains detailed instructions for making a pact with the devil. Page has publicly claimed that he will never tell anybody what the sigils mean, not least his own. This is interesting in and of itself, as occultists and chaos magicians ascertain that a powerful sigil must not be spoken of after the spell is cast, or the spell will backfire. Page purportedly once revealed the meaning of the sigils in a quiet moment to an intoxicated Plant. Plant would later say, "I was wasted at the time, and by the next morning, I had forgotten. I asked him the next day to tell me again, and he said he couldn't, or wouldn't." The band members themselves were not the only ones to receive their own personal sigils, however. Sandy Denny, a frequent collaborator, even got her own, perhaps to her detriment. Denny would, sadly, become one of the first victims of the alleged curse of Led Zeppelin. In 1976, she suffered a dramatic downward spiral of mental illness and began throwing herself off of flights of stairs. In 1978, Denny was found at the foot of a staircase in her home, having fallen into a coma from which she would never awake. The underground filmmaker, drug taker, and freak, Kenneth Anger, first met Jimmy Page at an auction for some of Aleister Crowley's collectibles. Page outbid Anger. The two became close shortly after, and Anger commissioned Page to compose the soundtrack for his latest project, Lucifer Rising. Fair warning to all of you watching, the film Lucifer Rising is believed by occultists to be a form of electric magic, similar to the vinyl etchings on Led Zeppelin III mentioned earlier. The entire film is likely a ritual in and of itself. In theory, by watching the film, you participate in the ritual and sacrifice your own energy. So for that reason, I won't show footage from the actual film here, only stills. Lucifer Rising had, at that point, already been a chaotic production. The film's 7-year development had already gone awry after its lead actor, Bobby Beausoleil, a member of the Manson family, had abruptly quit. Beausoleil stole rough cuts and cameras from the studio, and to take his revenge, Kenneth Anger constructed a magic talisman, on which one side there was a likeness of Beausoleil, and on the other, a toad. Beausoleil would end up in prison for life within a year of the curse. Jimmy Page happily agreed to perform the soundtrack for Lucifer Rising. Time would tell, however, that Anger could not work with Page, as he found the rock star's drug addictions impossible to accommodate. After multiple delays, Page only delivered 20 minutes of music out of the 40 that Anger had paid for. Anger was infuriated, and equally, Page became annoyed with Anger's demands to complete the job. The project degenerated. Page pulled out, and he evicted Anger from Boleskine House, where he had allowed the filmmaker to live rent-free. In response, Anger flamed in the media and publicly placed a curse on Jimmy Page and his band. This curse, many claim, marked the beginning of the end for Led Zeppelin. While Led Zeppelin had already experienced its fair share of tragedy, the real problems only began after Anger's supposed curse. Mere months later, Robert Plant was nearly killed in a second, albeit more serious car crash, where he drove off of a cliff in Greece. The accident nearly claimed his life and that of his wife and his child. Plant was wheelchair-bound for several performances afterwards. Then, as soon as he recovered and prepared to tour, he was struck with serious laryngitis, leaving him unable to sing. Plant's laryngitis caused the band to cancel the tour that was set to be Led Zeppelin's biggest tour ever, with tickets selling out at a rate of 72,000 per day. This shocking cancellation was a catalyst for a riot in Cincinnati, where disgruntled and scorned fans stormed the planned venue. Oddly, the scene of the Cincinnati riot would later become the scene of 11 deaths after The Who's notorious trampling incident just 2 years later. When the tour eventually kicked off an entire month late, there were major problems backstage. A promoter staff assaulted the band manager Peter Grant's 11-year-old son for taking a dressing room sign. John Bonham saw this and kicked the man away from the child. Later, he informed Grant and 2 of the band's road crew of what happened, and they attacked the man in retaliation. All 4 of them were arrested on serious assault. In fact, they nearly found themselves sentenced to prison. Only a short while after, Robert Plant received a phone call from his wife informing him that their 5-year-old son, Karik, had suddenly fallen ill. 2 hours later, she called back. Karik had died, and the band immediately canceled the remainder of the tour. This absolute tragedy sent Plant and the rest of the band into their darkest days. Plant withdrew from the public eye completely and returned to his family and farm in the West Midlands of England. While all of these events were taking place, Jimmy Page was battling an intense heroin and cocaine addiction that saw him comatose from drugs on an almost daily basis. Meanwhile, John Bonham was becoming a volatile alcoholic and grew more unpredictable by the day. The events surrounding Bonham would unfortunately prove to be the undoing of Led Zeppelin. In 1980, after a day of extremely heavy drinking, he was sent home from a band rehearsal to Page's Windsor home. A friend tucked him into bed, assuming that he would sleep it off. He died in his sleep. After Bonham died, Led Zeppelin was over. They released a statement. "We want it to be known that the loss of our dear friend and the deep respect we have for his family, together with the feeling of undivided harmony that we and our manager feel, have led us to decide that we can't continue as we were." Rather than replace their drummer and their friend, Led Zeppelin chose to disband and would never release new music again. The curse of Led Zeppelin is tragic, though no less compelling than the many mysteries that shroud the history of rock and roll. One aspect of the curse that critics often pick up on is that Jimmy Page, the alleged figurehead of the ritual and the person who was the recipient of Anger's supposed curse, escaped relatively unharmed. A counter to that, and one that is often overlooked, is that Page, though alive and well, has not been able to write a popular song or achieve commercial success in nearly 40 years. It's almost as if the magic just one day stopped. What do you make of the events surrounding Led Zeppelin? Do you believe Jimmy Page made a pact with the devil? Or did Kenneth Anger seal their fate? Leave your speculations in the comments below. Anger once said on the subject of the curse that they had so many servants, yet they would never offer me a cup of tea or a sandwich, which is such a mistake on their part because I put the curse of King Midas on them. If you're greedy and just amass gold, you'll get an illness. So I did turn her and Jimmy Page into statues of gold because they both lost their minds. He can't write songs anymore. I'm Mr. Mythos. Thank you for watching. I'd like to give a special shout out to my patrons: Joshua Bowden, E.C. Haver, Regen Thoughts, Capricorn Studio.
That was Mr. Mythos on demonology. Very, very, very important. Every type of magic explained in 9 minutes.
Magic, this is also known as ceremonial magic, is one of the most structured and spiritual forms of magical practice. Unlike folk magic, which is often practical and grounded in everyday needs, high magic is focused on higher truths like enlightenment, cosmic alignment, and the transformation of the self. It's often described as the magician's path to understanding the divine order of the universe. At its core, high magic relies on rituals, and not just casual ones. These rituals are detailed, symbolic, and often based on ancient systems. Practitioners use sacred tools like wands, swords, chalices, and pentacles. They wear ritual robes, chant invocations, and align their ceremonies with planetary movements. Every gesture and word is thought to hold spiritual power, mirroring the macrocosm of the universe. High magic is also deeply philosophical. It draws from traditions like Hermeticism, Kabbalah, and even alchemy. The practitioner isn't just casting spells, they're studying the very fabric of reality. The goal isn't quick results, it's divine union, spiritual awakening, and the pursuit of what's called the great work, the process of perfecting the human soul. Some famous systems of high magic include the theurgy of the Neoplatonists, Enochian magic developed by John Dee and Edward Kelly, and the Golden Dawn rituals, which form the basis of much of modern ceremonial magic. Kabbalistic magic also plays a huge role, especially with its use of divine names and the tree of life as a map of the soul. Chaos magic. This right here is one of the most radical and experimental forms of modern magic. It doesn't follow any fixed tradition, sacred book, or ancient rule. Instead, chaos magic teaches that belief itself is a tool, something you can use, change, or discard depending on what gets results. It's less about what's true and more about what works. Unlike ceremonial magic, which is rooted in ritual and structure, chaos magic is DIY spirituality. Practitioners can borrow symbols from anywhere: Christianity, pop culture, ancient runes, even video games, and fuse them into a personal system. What matters is the magician's intent, focus, and belief in the moment. At the heart of chaos magic is the idea that reality is malleable, shaped by will and perception. If you believe a symbol has power and you act like it does, it will. The classic example is sigil magic, where you create a symbol from your desire, charge it with emotion, then forget it and let it work in your subconscious. Chaos magicians also play with identity. Some adopt temporary personas or god forms, others use absurd rituals or contradictions to break the brain's patterns and spark real change. Divination, this is the ancient practice of seeking knowledge, insight, or guidance through supernatural or symbolic means. It's not about predicting a fixed future, but about tapping into patterns, energies, or unconscious wisdom to make sense of what's hidden, whether it's in the present, past, or potential future. Throughout history, people have turned to divination to make decisions, understand signs, or communicate with higher powers. So basically, divination works on the belief that everything is connected, that the universe leaves traces, and by reading those traces, we can glimpse deeper truths. These messages might come through patterns in cards, the movement of the stars, the flight of birds, or even random objects like tea leaves or bones. Yeah, so there are countless forms of divination across cultures, from tarot cards that use archetypal imagery to reflect the querent's inner journey. Astrology maps the positions of planets to uncover personality traits or cosmic timing. Runes, palmistry, pendulums, I Ching, and scrying are all tools used to access the unseen. Some diviners believe they're channeling spirits, ancestors, or divine forces. Others see divination as a mirror of the subconscious, where intuition speaks through symbols and randomness. Either way, the process becomes a dialogue between the seeker and the unseen world. In the end, it kind of just offers clarity, not certainty, and sometimes that's exactly what we need. Blood magic. This is one of the oldest and most controversial forms of magical practice. It operates on belief that blood is a life force, a powerful sacred essence that carries energy, identity, and intent. Because blood is so intimately connected to the body and soul, using it in rituals is seen as a direct way to charge spells with intense personal power. In many ancient cultures, blood was used in offerings, sacrifices, and rites of passage. From Aztec rituals to Old Testament sacrifices, it was believed to please the gods or open spiritual gateways. In modern occultism, blood magic isn't usually about sacrifice, but about using small drops of one's own blood to seal pacts, empower sigils, or bind energy to a magical working. Practitioners often treat blood as a binding agent, a way to tie themselves to the spell's outcome. This makes blood magic incredibly potent, but also dangerous if done carelessly. It demands intention, respect, and responsibility, since what's powered by blood is often harder or almost impossible to reverse. Because of its intensity, blood magic is often associated with darker occult traditions, though it can also be found in protective and healing rites too. To some, it's a taboo. To others, it's simply the rawest form of offering, the ultimate symbol of commitment and sacrifice. Green magic. This is a nature-based form of magic that focuses on the energy of the earth, plants, and the natural world. Also known as herbal magic or earth magic, it is deeply rooted in the belief that the natural world holds sacred power, wisdom, and healing. Practitioners of green magic work in harmony with nature, using herbs, flowers, roots, and the cycles of the moon and seasons to craft spells, potions, and charms. This form of magic is often gentle, nurturing, and protective. It's commonly used for healing, fertility, abundance, grounding, and creating peace. Green magic also encourages sustainability, mindfulness, and reverence for the earth. It's not about commanding nature, but about listening to it, working with it, and understanding its cycles. Necromancy. This is one of the oldest and most feared forms of magic, centered on communication with the dead. Often misunderstood as simply raising corpses or summoning spirits for evil purposes, necromancy in its deeper form is about accessing hidden knowledge, divining the future, or even seeking guidance from ancestors. The word comes from the Greek nekros, dead, and mantheia, divination, literally divination by the dead. In ancient cultures, necromancers were not always seen as sinister. In fact, in places like Mesopotamia, Greece, and among some tribal societies, speaking with the dead was a respected spiritual practice. The dead were believed to retain access to divine realms or secret wisdom, and necromancy was the bridge to that hidden world. Traditional necromantic practices often involved rituals at burial sites, the use of grave dirt, bones, or objects tied to the deceased. Some rites used blood offerings, trance states, or even invocations to summon a spirit into a vessel, a mirror, or a dream. In medieval and Renaissance grimoires, necromancy became more feared, linked with demons, forbidden pacts, and the darker side of ceremonial magic. This shift painted the necromancer as a sorcerer consorting with unholy forces. But not all necromancy is dark. In modern occultism, necromancy can also mean ancestor veneration, spirit work, or mediumship. Shadow magic. This is a form of mystical practice centered on confronting, integrating, and wielding the hidden, repressed, or darker aspects of the self. Shadow magic embraces the duality of human nature, understanding that true power comes not just from purity, but from self-awareness and balance. At its core, shadow magic is deeply psychological and spiritual. It draws from Jungian concepts of the shadow self, the parts of ourselves we deny, avoid, or bury. Through rituals, meditation, and symbolic work, practitioners use magic to explore fear, guilt, trauma, desire, and even taboo. The goal is not destruction or domination, but transformation. Practicing shadow magic might involve mirror work, dream analysis, journaling, sigil crafting, or working with archetypes and spirits that reflect aspects of the subconscious. Though often misunderstood as dark or evil, shadow magic isn't all about causing harm. It's about facing what most people run from, making peace with the monsters inside so they don't control us from the shadows. In doing so, the practitioner becomes whole, grounded, and far more powerful. Sex magic. This is a powerful form of occult practice that uses sexual energy as a tool for manifestation, transformation, and spiritual awakening. At its core, it's based on the idea that sexual energy is one of the most potent life forces available to us, capable of not just physical creation, but energetic and magical creation as well. Practitioners of sex magic believe that during sexual arousal, especially at the moment of orgasm, the mind becomes highly focused and the veil between the conscious and subconscious thins. This makes it the perfect moment to plant intentions, charge sigils, or direct energy toward a magical goal. The energy released during orgasm is seen not just as pleasure, but as fuel, a raw, sacred power that can be used to shape reality.
There's a Harbor Freight store in your neighborhood. And the thing about neighborhoods, they're not made of
That was very interesting. Very interesting. Why? Get the fuck off of my screen. Look at how many times did I press this stupid fucking button? Dumb piece of shit. Oh my god. Fuck off, you stupid bitch.
High magic, this is also known as ceremonial magic, is one of the most structured and spiritual forms of magical practice. Unlike folk magic, which is often practical and grounded in everyday needs, high magic is focused on higher truths like enlightenment, cosmic alignment, and the transformation of the self. It's often described as the magician's path to understanding the divine order of the universe. At its core, high magic relies on rituals and not just casual ones. These rituals are detailed, symbolic, and often based on ancient systems. Practitioners use sacred tools like wands, swords, chalices, and pentacles. They wear ritual robes, chant invocations, and align their ceremonies with planetary movements. Every gesture and word is thought to hold spiritual power, mirroring the macrocosm of the universe. High magic is also deeply philosophical. It draws from traditions like Hermeticism, Kabbalah, and even alchemy. The practitioner isn't just casting spells, they're studying the very fabric of reality. The goal isn't quick results, it's divine union, spiritual awakening, and the pursuit of what's called the great work, the process of perfecting the human soul. Some famous systems of high magic include the theurgy of the Neoplatonists, Enochian magic developed by John Dee and Edward Kelly, and the Golden Dawn rituals, which form the basis of much of modern ceremonial magic. Kabbalistic magic also plays a huge role, especially with its use of divine names and the tree of life as a map of the soul. Chaos magic. This right here is one of the most radical and experimental forms of modern magic. It doesn't follow any fixed tradition, sacred book, or ancient rule. Instead, chaos magic teaches that belief itself is a tool, something you can use, change, or discard depending on what gets results. It's less about what's true and more about what works. Unlike ceremonial magic, which is rooted in ritual and structure, chaos magic is DIY spirituality. Practitioners can borrow symbols from anywhere: Christianity, pop culture, ancient runes, even video games, and fuse them into a personal system. What matters is the magician's intent, focus, and belief in the moment. At the heart of chaos magic is the idea that reality is malleable, shaped by will and perception. If you believe a symbol has power and you act like it does, it will. The classic example is sigil magic, where you create a symbol from your desire, charge it with emotion, then forget it and let it work in your subconscious. Chaos magicians also play with identity. Some adopt temporary personas or god forms, others use absurd rituals or contradictions to break the brain's patterns and spark real change. Divination, this is the ancient practice of seeking knowledge, insight, or guidance through supernatural or symbolic means. It's not about predicting a fixed future, but about tapping into patterns, energies, or unconscious wisdom to make sense of what's hidden, whether it's in the present, past, or potential future. Throughout history, people have turned to divination to make decisions, understand signs, or communicate with higher powers. So basically, divination works on the belief that everything is connected, that the universe leaves traces, and by reading those traces, we can glimpse deeper truths. These messages might come through patterns in cards, the movement of the stars, the flight of birds, or even random objects like tea leaves or bones. Yeah, so there are countless forms of divination across cultures, from tarot cards that use archetypal imagery to reflect the querent's inner journey. Astrology maps the positions of planets to uncover personality traits or cosmic timing. Runes, palmistry, pendulums, I Ching, and scrying are all tools used to access the unseen. Some diviners believe they're channeling spirits, ancestors, or divine forces. Others see divination as a mirror of the subconscious, where intuition speaks through symbols and randomness. Either way, the process becomes a dialogue between the seeker and the unseen world. In the end, it kind of just offers clarity, not certainty, and sometimes that's exactly what we need. Blood magic. This is one of the oldest and most controversial forms of magical practice. It operates on the belief that blood is a life force, a powerful sacred essence that carries energy, identity, and intent. Because blood is so intimately connected to the body and soul, using it in rituals is seen as a direct way to charge spells with intense personal power. In many ancient cultures, blood was used in offerings, sacrifices, and rites of passage. From Aztec rituals to Old Testament sacrifices, it was believed to please the gods or open spiritual gateways. In modern occultism, blood magic isn't usually about sacrifice, but about using small drops of one's own blood to seal pacts, empower sigils, or bind energy to a magical working. Practitioners often treat blood as a binding agent, a way to tie themselves to the spell's outcome. This makes blood magic incredibly potent, but also dangerous if done carelessly. It demands intention, respect, and responsibility, since what's powered by blood is often harder or almost impossible to reverse. Because of its intensity, blood magic is often associated with darker occult traditions, though it can also be found in protective and healing rites too. To some, it's a taboo. To others, it's simply the rawest form of offering, the ultimate symbol of commitment and sacrifice. Green magic. This is a nature-based form of magic that focuses on the energy of the earth, plants, and the natural world. Also known as herbal magic or earth magic, it is deeply rooted in the belief that the natural world holds sacred power, wisdom, and healing. Practitioners of green magic work in harmony with nature, using herbs, flowers, roots, and the cycles of the moon and seasons to craft spells, potions, and charms. This form of magic is often gentle, nurturing, and protective. It's commonly used for healing, fertility, abundance, grounding, and creating peace. Green magic also encourages sustainability, mindfulness, and reverence for the earth. It's not about commanding nature, but about listening to it, working with it, and understanding its cycles. Necromancy. This is one of the oldest and most feared forms of magic, centered on communication with the dead. Often misunderstood as simply raising corpses or summoning spirits for evil purposes, necromancy in its deeper form is about accessing hidden knowledge, divining the future, or even seeking guidance from ancestors. The word comes from the Greek nekros, dead, and manteia, divination, literally divination by the dead. In ancient cultures, necromancers were not always seen as sinister. In fact, in places like Mesopotamia, Greece, and among some tribal societies, speaking with the dead was a respected spiritual practice. The dead were believed to retain access to divine realms or secret wisdom, and necromancy was the bridge to that hidden world. Traditional necromantic practices often involved rituals at burial sites, the use of grave dirt, bones, or objects tied to the deceased. Some rites used blood offerings, trance states, or even invocations to summon a spirit into a vessel, a mirror, or a dream. In medieval and Renaissance grimoires, necromancy became more feared, linked with demons, forbidden pacts, and the darker side of ceremonial magic. This shift painted the necromancer as a sorcerer consorting with unholy forces. But not all necromancy is dark. In modern
Guys, my phone is gonna die, so I have to do something else for a minute. Let's charge this phone. And let's talk about what we learned here. Oh, what we learned here. So, you guys, my channel started out as being goofy. But whatever I do, for some reason, has to always evolve or devolve into some controversial things. I wouldn't say it's devolving because it's pretty important, right? So, as a pseudo pastor, I'm supposed to tell you guys, don't fuck with that shit. And I think that I'm an idiot for not remembering or documenting enough that you can get safer results than just praying to the biblical God. It seems like once you go out of that paradigm, things get pretty fucking scary, right? Yeah. So, I don't know what we're doing now, guys, other than helping me stay awake. You want to hear some scary stories that I know of or heard? Nobody cares, right? Nobody's watching or something. Maybe somebody will watch in the future. I've said these stories so many times that, thank you God, I've lived long enough to say it so many times that it just seems it sounds nonchalant. Sounds like I'm not being truthful because I'm not dramatic enough for how crazy it should be. So many days after my mother passed away when I was 12 years old, I didn't know what an orb was. I saw a fucking orb, guys. Then I started having the most weirdest sleep paralysis shit for 22 years. And I get older and I get to YouTube with, like, you know, cell phones and shit, technology. And then I inadvertently or accidentally learn, is this shit even charging? I learned that a lot of these crazy dreams and shit had a lot of pagan fucking... I don't know why my shit's not charging. Everything has to piss me off. Maybe I'm doing the Lord's work and the devil doesn't want me. Come on, dude, you're supposed to fucking charge. Why won't this charge? We're supposed to hear doo-doo. So this shit don't want to charge my phone no more? Okay, it says it's charging. Sorry guys, I get fucking really irate when technology doesn't work. Because I'm like, so I missed the 80s for this stupid shit that can't even fucking work, you know? So I get fucking irate, dude. Any fucking way. Let's see, let's watch some more scary shit. This is the hardest fucking thing to do, man. Fuck, everything's falling around, man. I swear, dude, how do these kids nowadays make professional fucking videos, man? What stupid shit do you have to waste your fucking life to learn to make this shit actually professional, dude? For fuck's sakes. Oh my god, man. Like, I really would have an easier life if I was like every other bitch boy and just like played fucking video games and shit. Like I shouldn't work out or like chicks or fucking listen to heavy metal or worship or try to get on God's good side. Like life would be so much fucking easier to be like every other stupid bitch fucking mommy's boy. I swear to God, dude. Some people be like, you're not really Christian, you're like a really mad person. Oh, I earned being able to be fucking like So, fuck this is. Can you just
Cultism,
fucking
necromancy
turn
can
on?
also mean ancestor veneration, spirit work, or mediumship. Shadow magic. This is a form of mystical practice centered on confronting, integrating, and wielding the hidden, repressed, or darker aspects of the self. Shadow magic embraces the duality of human nature, understanding that true power comes not just from purity, but from self-awareness and balance. At its core, shadow magic is deeply psychological and spiritual. It draws from Jungian concepts of the shadow self.
We saw that one, not this one, but the one I skipped.
Did you know that the 7 princes of hell each govern a...
So, before we continue, let's make sure that we're cultivating good vibes before we venture down this rabbit hole of despair, okay? So, I'm going to use my old man powers by being a makeshift priest. Alright? So, in nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti. Sancta Michael ac Angele defende nos in proedio. Gloria Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancto. Amen.
different deadly sin influencing humanity in ways most of us never even realize? In this video, we'll dive deep into the occult knowledge surrounding these powerful demonic figures, exploring their origins, the sins they represent, and the hidden influence they have on our world. From ancient texts to modern interpretations, we'll uncover the dark secrets behind each of these infernal rulers. Stick around to the end to discover the shocking truth about the ultimate plan these princes might have for humanity's fate. Gnosis is far more than just knowledge. It's an intimate, transformative understanding that reaches beyond the physical world. Originating from ancient spiritual traditions, Gnosis refers to a profound inner revelation, a direct, personal experience of the divine or the ultimate truth. This kind of knowledge isn't something you can simply learn from books or teachers. It's a deep, intuitive insight that often comes from intense spiritual experiences, meditation, or even moments of profound crisis. Gnostics believe that true gnosis allows one to perceive the hidden structures of the universe, to see through the illusions of the material world, and to understand the deeper spiritual realities that govern existence. It's the key to unlocking the mysteries of life, death, and what lies beyond. In many ways, Gnosis is about peeling back the layers of reality, uncovering the truths that are usually obscured by everyday life, and achieving a kind of enlightenment that transcends ordinary understanding. Now let's turn our focus to the 7 princes of hell. These aren't just figures of folklore or horror, they're powerful entities within the infernal hierarchy, each ruling over a particular vice or deadly sin. But here's the thing, they're not just symbols of evil. Each of these princes embodies something much deeper, reflecting fundamental truths about the human condition itself. Over time, these princes became intimately linked to what we now know as the 7 deadly sins: pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, and lust. But this connection goes beyond simple moral lessons about right and wrong. Each sin is symbolic of deeper spiritual struggles, representing the obstacles that every person must face on their path to enlightenment or self-realization. For instance, pride isn't just about arrogance, it's about the danger of elevating oneself above others, leading to a disconnect from the divine and the greater whole. Envy isn't merely jealousy, it's a manifestation of a deeper dissatisfaction with one's place in the world, reflecting an inner spiritual void. Wrath goes beyond anger, symbolizing the destructive potential of uncontrolled passion and the chaos it can unleash within the soul. These sins, as represented by the princes, are like reflections of the darkest aspects of human nature. They are the forces that can lead us astray, away from spiritual growth and gnosis. But at the same time, they are also challenges to be understood and overcome. In many spiritual traditions, confronting and mastering these vices is seen as essential for anyone seeking true gnosis, as it requires facing and integrating the shadowy parts of the self. Lucifer isn't just any fallen angel. He's the most powerful and feared of all demons, and there's a reason for that. Once known as the light bearer, Lucifer was the brightest, most magnificent of all angels, standing closest to God. His high status makes his rebellion so significant. Unlike other demons, who were either created as lower beings or fell from grace in less dramatic ways, Lucifer was once divine, a being of pure light who chose darkness out of pride. What makes Lucifer so different and so much more powerful than other demons is his origin and his intelligence. He didn't just become evil, he consciously decided to challenge the highest authority. This wasn't just a simple act of defiance, it was a cosmic rebellion that shook the foundations of heaven. After his fall, Lucifer didn't just disappear, he became the ruler of hell, a leader.
As I've said before, guys, look at, you don't have to take my word on it like I'm a good dude, like oh man, I have such a bleeding heart for Jesus, this guy's a fake Christian, man. I'm trying to help you as a human being, like, so the devil really exists, you know, and he tries to sell himself as some freedom-fighting rebellion guy, like libertarian, but long story short, if you detract or don't accept a paradigm hegemony of all Yahweh, your shit will be asked backwards, it will be retarded, it won't be a curse from him, it will just be a lesson to learn that you went against nature itself.
Demons because of his unmatched power and cunning. Lucifer's thirst for forbidden knowledge also sets him apart. While other demons might focus on spreading chaos or tempting humans with base desires, Lucifer's approach is far more dangerous. He seeks to twist truth and light, using his intelligence to manipulate and corrupt in ways that are far more subtle and effective. In the hierarchy of hell, Lucifer stands at the top because he represents the ultimate sin, pride. His fall from the highest heights gives him a unique authority and makes him the most dangerous force against the divine. Lucifer isn't just another demon. He's the embodiment of rebellion, the symbol of what happens when pride overtakes humility and knowledge is pursued without wisdom. This is what makes him the most powerful and feared figure in the infernal realms. Mammon is not just a symbol of greed, he is a formidable ruler in the infernal hierarchy, commanding an impressive 6,600 legions of demons. Each of these legions is driven by the same insatiable hunger that Mammon himself embodies, an endless pursuit of wealth, power, and material gain. This vast army under his control reflects the pervasive and powerful nature of greed, capable of corrupting even the strongest wills. Throughout history, Mammon's influence has been invoked in various contexts. In the Middle Ages, he was often cited by theologians and moralists as the embodiment of materialism and avarice, a force that leads people away from spiritual fulfillment and deeper meaning in life. The term mammon itself became synonymous with worldly wealth and the dangers of placing material gain above all else. One notable historical anecdote involves the 16th century Spanish mystic and theologian Saint Teresa of Avila. She warned against the dangers of wealth and how it could lead even the most devout individuals astray. In her writings, she referenced Mammon as a lurking presence behind the temptation to accumulate riches, suggesting...
So, every Christian tells you guys, look it's not wealth or money that's bad. It's the desire to accumulate it at utterly all costs. Nefarious, even to others and even to yourself. Meaning like, oh yeah, I'll do these rituals that fuck with kids on Epstein Island or what's that, the fucking Bohemian Grove shit. You guys, do you know conspiracy theorists, guys, or are you just stopping by?
His influence was felt even within the church, where the pursuit of wealth could corrupt spiritual leaders and lead them away from their true calling. In art and literature, Mammon has often been depicted as a bloated, grotesque figure, weighed down by his hoard of gold and jewels. The 17th century poet John Milton, in his epic Paradise Lost, portrays him as a fallen angel who, even in hell, cannot stop obsessing over the riches of the earth. Milton describes how, rather than lamenting his fall, Mammon immediately sets about searching for the hidden treasures of hell, showing that his greed transcends even the boundaries of damnation. The figure of Mammon serves as a powerful reminder of the dangers of unchecked greed. His legions of demons work tirelessly to sow the seeds of materialism, drawing people away from spiritual enlightenment and into a life of endless pursuit and dissatisfaction. Through the ages, Mammon has been a symbol of the corrupting power of wealth, showing how easily the desire for more can lead to the enslavement of the soul. Asmodeus, the demon of lust, is one of the most enigmatic and compelling figures in demonology. Often depicted with a twisted, fearsome visage, sometimes with 3 heads, one resembling a bull, one a ram, and one a man, he exudes an aura of both seduction and terror. His body is usually portrayed as serpentine or draconic, with powerful wings and clawed feet, symbolizing the primal and animalistic nature of the desires he embodies. Asmodeus doesn't just tempt with physical attraction, he embodies the very essence of unbridled passion, driving humans toward obsession and excess. But lust, as represented by Asmodeus, is not merely about carnal desire. He personifies the intense, often overwhelming urges that can drive a person to lose control, whether it's through sexual passion, the pursuit of pleasure, or the relentless chase of something deeply desired. These impulses can be both creative and destructive. In one sense, they fuel the human drive for connection, love, and even artistic expression. In another, they can spiral into addiction, jealousy, and the ruin of relationships and lives. Historically, Asmodeus has been feared and invoked in numerous cultures as the source of overwhelming lust and jealousy. In the Hebrew book of Tobit, Asmodeus is the demon who kills the 7 husbands of Sarah on their wedding nights, driven by a jealous obsession. His name has been linked to the Persian Eshma-Deva, a wrathful spirit associated with rage and desire, indicating the deep roots of his influence across various traditions. Yet, Asmodeus also represents the dual nature of lust. On one hand, he symbolizes the potential for connection and the powerful creative force of desire, which can inspire love, art, and passion. On the other hand, he embodies the dangers of letting these passions run unchecked, leading to destruction and chaos. This duality is what makes Asmodeus such a complex and dangerous figure. He is the fire that can either warm or consume, depending on how it is harnessed. In some esoteric traditions, Asmodeus is seen not just as a tempter, but as a tester, a force that challenges individuals to confront and control their deepest desires. In this light, he is less a figure of evil and more a necessary force in the journey of self-discovery and mastery. The passions he stirs within the human heart can lead to personal growth and enlightenment, but only if one can navigate the fine line between indulgence and restraint. Asmodeus, therefore, is not merely a demon to be feared, but a symbol of the raw, untamed forces within the human psyche. He reminds us of the power of lust and passion, and the importance of understanding and controlling these forces, lest they lead us down a path of self-destruction. Leviathan, a colossal sea monster found in various mythologies, is most prominently described in the Hebrew Bible as a powerful beast of the deep. This creature is often depicted as a writhing serpent or a multi-headed dragon, a being so immense that it stirs the oceans and darkens the skies. In Christian demonology, Leviathan is associated with envy, representing the overwhelming force of jealousy and discontent that can consume the soul. The concept of Leviathan as the embodiment of envy is deeply symbolic. Envy, like a sea monster lurking beneath the surface, is often hidden, festering within, and slowly growing in power. It drives individuals to measure their worth against others, leading to feelings of inadequacy and bitterness. Leviathan's association with the sea reflects the turbulent, churning nature of envy, unpredictable and capable of causing great destruction when unleashed. However, his role in esoteric traditions adds another layer of meaning. Here, envy can be seen not just as a negative force, but as a profound expression of the soul's longing for something greater. In this context, Leviathan represents the deep, sometimes desperate, yearning for transcendence. The soul, trapped in the mundane or material world, envies those who seem closer to spiritual fulfillment or enlightenment. This kind of envy can act as a motivator, pushing one to pursue a higher state of being. The challenge, however, is in channeling this longing constructively, transforming it from a destructive force into one that drives growth and spiritual evolution. Historically, it has also been linked to chaos and the primordial waters in various cultural myths. In Canaanite mythology, Leviathan is akin to the sea monster Lotan, whom the god Baal-Hadad defeats, symbolizing the triumph of order over chaos. This narrative parallels how envy, if unchecked, can lead to chaos within the human heart, while overcoming it can lead to inner peace and order. Leviathan stands as a powerful symbol of envy, the deep-seated feeling of discontent and comparison that can consume the human spirit. This monstrous sea serpent represents how envy, like a beast lurking beneath the surface, can slowly grow, causing turmoil within and wreaking havoc when unleashed. However, beyond its destructive nature, Leviathan also embodies the soul's longing for something greater, a desire to transcend the mundane and achieve a higher state of being. This dual nature makes Leviathan a complex figure, a reminder of the chaos envy can bring, but also of the potential for transformation if this energy is redirected toward personal and spiritual growth. Satan, the ultimate adversary in Christian theology, is often depicted as the personification of wrath, an uncontrollable, destructive anger that seeks to annihilate everything in its path. This wrath isn't just random violence, it is a calculated force that seeks to destroy the foundations of morality, order, and peace. In many depictions, Satan is a fearsome figure, often portrayed with horns, a muscular physique, and a face twisted in rage, embodying the very essence of hatred and fury. Wrath, as represented by Satan, is a force that can lead to catastrophic outcomes, It's the rage that sparks wars, incites violence, and tears apart communities and nations. Satan's wrath is particularly terrifying because it is not just about emotional outbursts, but about the calculated, relentless pursuit of destruction. This is the kind of anger that festers, turns into hatred, and eventually erupts in a way that can devastate everything it touches. But in some esoteric traditions, Satan's wrath takes on a more nuanced role. Rather than being purely malevolent, this wrath can be seen as a necessary force of destruction that clears the way for new beginnings. Just as natural disasters can lead to the renewal of ecosystems, Satan's wrath, in this light, acts as a purifying fire, burning away the old, corrupt, and stagnant, making space for new growth. This interpretation aligns with the concept of the dark night of the soul, where one must face and endure the wrathful forces of the psyche to emerge transformed and enlightened. Historically, Satan's association with wrath can be traced back to his role as the ultimate rebel against divine authority. In texts like John Milton's Paradise Lost, Satan's rebellion against God is driven by pride, but executed through wrath. His anger at being cast out of heaven becomes the fuel for his endless battle against the divine order. This wrath is not just a personal vendetta, it represents the chaos and destruction that arise when the natural order is disrupted. Satan's wrath, therefore, is a double-edged sword. On one side, it symbolizes the destructive power of anger, capable of tearing down even the most sacred and established structures. On the other, it represents the necessary destruction that precedes creation, a force that, when harnessed, can lead to profound transformation and renewal. Belphegor is often portrayed as the demon of sloth, but his influence extends far beyond mere laziness. Sloth, in Belphegor's domain, represents a deep spiritual stagnation, a state where the soul becomes stuck, refusing to grow or evolve. It's not just about avoiding work or responsibility, it's about the deeper refusal to engage with life's challenges, to push towards spiritual or personal development. Belphegor embodies the danger of settling into complacency, where the comfort of inaction becomes a trap that prevents any meaningful progress. However, Belphegor's sloth also has a more nuanced aspect. It can represent a state of waiting, a kind of hibernation where transformation is quietly brewing beneath the surface. This period of stillness isn't inherently negative. In some esoteric traditions, it's seen as a necessary phase in the cycle of growth. Just as nature rests in winter before the renewal of spring, sloth can be a period where ideas incubate and the groundwork for future change is laid. The challenge lies in distinguishing between healthy, regenerative rest and the kind of sloth that leads to spiritual decay. Beelzebub, often depicted as the Lord of the Flies, is closely associated with gluttony, but this sin goes far beyond mere overindulgence in food. Beelzebub's gluttony represents a deeper, more pervasive hunger, the relentless pursuit of life's pleasures to the point of excess. This kind of overindulgence leads not to satisfaction, but to a hollow emptiness, as the constant consumption of material pleasures leaves the soul starving for deeper meaning. Beelzebub symbolizes how the unchecked desire for more, whether it's food, wealth, or experiences, can consume a person, leaving them spiritually bankrupt. Yet, gluttony under Beelzebub's influence can also be interpreted esoterically as the soul's insatiable hunger for knowledge, power, or even enlightenment. This endless craving, when directed towards spiritual pursuits, can drive someone to seek deeper truths and greater understanding. However, just like with physical gluttony, This hunger can become dangerous if it turns obsessive, leading to a spiritual imbalance where the quest for knowledge or power eclipses all else. Beelzebub, therefore, embodies both the dangers of excess and the complex relationship between desire and fulfillment, challenging us to seek balance in our pursuits. In both Belphegor and Beelzebub, we see how what might initially appear as simple vices, sloth and gluttony, are in fact deeply connected to the human condition's more profound and spiritual aspects. These demons remind us of the fine line between necessary rest and stagnation, between healthy desire and destructive excess, urging us to find balance and purpose in our lives. As we've journeyed through the realms of these dark archetypes, Leviathan's envy, Satan's wrath, Belphegor's sloth, Beelzebub's gluttony, and more, we've uncovered the profound ways in which these ancient forces reflect the deepest struggles of the human soul. Each demon, far from being a mere figure of horror, serves as a mirror to our own inner battles. They remind us that the vices they represent, envy, wrath, sloth, and gluttony, are not just moral failings, but complex forces that can either destroy or, if understood and mastered, lead to transformation and growth. These figures challenge us to look within, to confront the darker aspects of our nature, and to find the balance needed to turn potential destruction into renewal. The journey through these infernal realms is not just a descent into darkness, but a path to greater self-awareness, urging us to transcend our basest impulses and strive for higher understanding. If you found this exploration of esoteric and dark knowledge enlightening, make sure to give this video a like and subscribe to the channel for more deep dives into the hidden and mysterious aspects of our work. We'd love to hear your thoughts and suggestions for future topics, so leave a comment below with your idea.
So that channel was called Esoteric Guardian. That channel was called Esoteric Guardian. Bear with me, I'm gonna save it. I have to save that thing. Let me guess, this is just gonna fall over. That was the most intriguing and scariest thing I've ever heard in my life. Like, literally. And I watch this stuff all the time. In a Christian perspective, some of that seems to coincide. In a Christian perspective, these demons are anathema no matter what. The thing is they are considered testers of men. That was the most intriguing, scariest thing I've ever heard in my life. And I hope that we're all good. No bad mojo, you know. God, may God will it. Let's see what else is there. Alright, YouTube time, guys. Legends of history. Warning, it's overly complex ritual to summon guardian angel. I hope this isn't evil. Let's see. Hopefully he quotes like Christian fathers.
This investigation is sponsored by Magic Spoon. This book, the Book of the Sacred Magic of Abrumlin the Mage, is one of my favorite grimoires, and that's for 3 good reasons. The first is literally a step-by-step guide on how to summon your guardian angel, but That's only half the ritual. Your guardian angel is then supposed to instruct you on how to summon the 12 most powerful demons in hell and harness their powers for good. The second reason I love this book is that doing this whole thing successfully requires the most ludicrously complex and time-consuming ritual I've ever heard of. It's genuinely hardcore, and that's not an exaggeration. And the third reason is that this grimoire itself has a pretty mysterious lore. And I'm not just talking about the story that's written in it, which is actually pretty good for a grimoire, but I'm more talking about the rumors surrounding the people who actually attempted the ritual, and particularly the controversial occultist Aleister Crowley, who failed to complete it, and apparently left a portal to hell wide open, which unleashed chaos upon the world until he eventually closed it, or so the legends tell. But what is this grimoire really? Well, it's the tale of a young seeker of truth who traveled to Egypt and came across a mysterious hermit.
Alright guys, so keeping to the topic of video, if you stay tuned, I'm gonna search basically like how satanic aristocrats are fucking the satanic motherfucking aristocracy of our time. The whole fucking topic of today's video today, guys, was that we're not whipping the ass of the government throughout all of history, except for like King Solomon and some Henry VIII and shit. A lot of princes and kings and all that shit were pedophiles, okay? Epstein list. We can't get around this shit, guys. You're probably sick of it. You're probably looking for something just to get entertained by. The topic of this video tonight is going to be like basically why we should kill these fucking chomos and where they come from. And yes, there is evil. There's evil. Look, you can watch philosophers debate about this. I'll just help you and sum it up. So we're supposedly animals, okay, for monkeys and shit, right? There's animals that like a shamu, like a fucking killer whale, will play with a seal before it eats it, right? Like, you can get trampled by a moose, you can get fucked up by a bear, but if evolution is the way, what does it benefit evolution? What kind of evolution people, atheists try to justify everything as chemical makeup and an instinct to propagate our genome, right? Everything from like why you're attracted to this, drawn to that, like that, do this, goes back to some animalistic, primalistic urge to eat and mate, right? Well, if that's true, why are we the only, like, yes, you'll see dogs hump each other. Why are we the only conscious creatures? We're like consciousness, we're self-aware. We don't think the universe has consciousness. We don't think God exists. We think everything's a random chance and accident. So we have consciousness. The universe developed a consciousness, but the universe isn't conscious. Sure. Okay, God, call it God, the universe. I'm being respectful here to all beliefs. I'm trying to be, you know? So, we are supposedly fucking monkeys, right? What does it benefit eating or propagating our species or procreating to like trap, torture, snuff films, fucking do sex shit to kids, like Epstein shit? How in the fuck does that? Why are we the only species of animal that it's not like you lay a trap or have like tentacles or claws or you're an ambush predator or an attrition hunter? We're like the only animal that will sit there and methodically create ways to swindle or kidnap or gain something of extremely deplorable and obviously evil, because evil, the word evil, the concept of evil comes from Christianity. You didn't have that in your culture. You couldn't really call it. You didn't even have a word for evil. It'd just be like, oh, whoever's a Caligula. Caligula's fucking our kids again and enslaving us. There's nothing we could do. Might, strong. Strength, might is right. Strength rules out. Till Christianity came around, now we have a word for fucking evil. So if evolution exists, of course evolution exists. We're talking about the atheistic kind of evolution. Like if you work out, right? You train, you lift weights, you're gonna get buffer, stronger, right? That's a form of evolution. No one's disputing that shit, okay? We're talking about if atheistic evolution is true and everything's a giant accident, and every human instinct and action and proclivity is only a base reasons to propagate and aid in procreation and eating, how in the fuck is Epstein shit gonna help propagate our species? And why aren't we fucking killing those fuckers? People are sick of it, dude. I'm not looking, dude. Like, I need, like, it eludes my mind. It's like your mind shuts down. That's not really happening. The first thing, a douchebag, of course I want to save those kids. But a douchebag like me, who you can't really fathom that's really going on, the first thing I think of is, well, if people really believe that, then why aren't they fucking kicking people's ass? Then it clicks, because everybody wants to be a fucking bitch. So, I'm sick and tired of fucking saying it, guys. Somebody's writing shit. I'll read your comment in a minute if you don't leave. You're gonna probably get disgusted and leave my channel. You know what I had to hear today, guys? I don't know if you already heard this for like the 20th time today, okay? I've been doing YouTube shits, dude. I was like, morning time, I'm flipping through YouTube. So they found, trying to be hidden in the Epstein files, some kid trapped on Epstein Island got caught praying to Jesus to get saved from being fucked by adults. You know what Jeffrey Epstein did? He told the next client that he paid to fuck the kid, hey, you should dress up like Jesus. I don't want to hear that shit, dude. So the mind, the body shuts down, dude. That didn't really happen. Somebody's just like very sick, right? So as a man, the first thing I think of instead to try to block that out is, well, hey, MAGA and fucking rootin' tootin' patriotic Americans and guys that claim to be heterosexual and live in this country who are more distracted by other shit, having fun, playing with their... Why aren't we killing and torturing and fucking raping them? Like, not with our dicks, like with hot iron poles and trying to prolong their suffering, like making theme parks out of torturing them. I don't understand why we're being such bitches. We're not overthrowing the government. Do you realize Jeffrey Epstein, who's the homeboy? There's documented conversations where even the guy in charge right now, they're seeing, they're like, that Epstein feller, we have similar, robust, taste in women and cool things to talk about, and cool, like-minded, passions. These are the people we're paying taxes to. We're paying them to tell us what to do and making everything fucking expensive and full of shit and telling us we can't say certain shit on the internet, or fucking we have to pay income taxes and fucking uncost. You can't hold a gun. The survival knife I want to buy from Donnie B all day, or the government says I can't have a double edge. Like fucking, you can't sell oranges on the side of the fucking road. You need licenses. I can't just find a tree to park under and take a nap to save money on rent to go back to work and buy cool shit. I can't drive a truck legally unless I get a real ID that Palantir is going to probably make worse eventually. And you better not say anything bad against Israel. All this dumb shit. We pay these fucks to tell us what to do, and they're either fucking kids or outright friend with a guy who thinks of fucking new ways to fuck kids that are crying to Jesus to be saved from the... We're God's hands, guys. We're God's hands. And guess what these hands can hold? They can hold soldering irons. They can hold Indian death clubs. We could do shit about this. Like St. Constant. I'm gonna get to this comment, okay? Why aren't we doing shit? I have to look at my tablet to read your comment. I appreciate your patronage. So, I'm trying to read. Wait, I might need glasses. Not need glasses. Where am I? Oh my lord. Okay. I'm the most unorganized person because you need too much stuff in life, especially when you get old. Evolution doesn't have anything to do with morals. It's only an explanation of diversity. Yeah, I know, Keith. Thanks a lot for stopping my speech. Okay, so let's watch some interesting shit. Let's see if we can satanic aristocracy pedophiles getting killed. Let's see. The algorithm and the government and the persons of interest doxing fuckers. Hopefully they'll see that's what I really meant. Satanic 6 arrested and massive. This is only a 3-minute video. Police arrest 6 man and massive raid on global satanic pedophile ring. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. You're too easy to find. I only believe someone like who keeps getting demonetized. Video and new Epstein file release show a creepy prison interior of... I don't believe you. You're just trying to make us feel like people are getting shit done. No. From illusion to Dave's satanic ritual abuse in Canada, organized pedophilia, Satanism, from illusion to reality. This sounds like it might be interesting. Let's check this shit out. But yeah, dude, we're like not killing these people like Jesus would want, dude. I tilted the screen and it there you go. Let's see.
Staffen. I live in Barrie, Ontario, which is about 45 miles north of Toronto. And I'm sitting here with my friend Alexandria, who was asked about me to talk a little bit about my history. I'm 63 years old, and I was born to parents who both adhered to the methods, practices, and traditions of Satanism. I have memories at 2, 3, 4, 5 years old, often in the basement of the Anglican Church in Paris.
Some people say you have no memories before 5 years old. I say that's bullshit because I remember fucking vaccinations and other shit.
Ontario, where I was subjected to a satanic cult. Sometime in my second year, I was taken to events that were designed to measure my attributes and character traits, because those in the dark world want to know the attributes of their offspring, spiritual gifts, courage, compassion, loyalty, determination, and will. All these things are important for the cult to know of their children. So beginning sometime in my second year, I was taken to events of that nature, which often involve fighting with other children, animals, and devise scenarios in which they measure these character traits. These occasions were a time of fun and gaiety for the adults. Women were present, and my remembrances are of being in a smoke-filled room, because everyone smoked in those days, and much laughter going on amongst the adults. The events changed dramatically sometime in my third year, and women were no longer present. The men sometimes wore robes, and chanting was often heard. And these events were designed to initiate me into the cult of my dad and other members of my family of origin now deceased. The events were designed to manipulate me into killing a human being of my own free will by stabbing him in the heart with a knife. This went on and on because I adamantly and consistently refused to do what they wanted me to do. Satanism is a spiritual attack against one's body, soul, and spirit. And they try to put the negative, dark energies into your energy field that would control you. And so, with God's help, I believe strongly, I was able to resist and resist consistently, and would not become part of their cult and would not do what they wanted me to do. I did not wish to hurt others. I did not want to hurt others. I had compassion for others, and I was very determined to not do what they want. Now, it's important for anyone listening to this to understand that the people involved in cults and secret societies have a long practiced facade of loving kindness, benevolence, and a wish to others, because they are wolves in sheep's clothing. Because in the world today, they have to hide, they have to disguise themselves. In the time of Jesus and before, Satanists walked right out in the open and were very clear in their intentions. The Old Testament refers to the drinking of blood, bestiality, sex with children, sodomy, the invoking of evil spirits and demons, the casting of spells, curses, and oaths, human and animal sacrifice, the eating of human flesh, and the worshiping of false gods. Those are all tenets of Satanism. And I was subjected to most, if not all, of the things I mentioned. But as I said today, cults, secret societies, and other groups that use children and others vulnerable for satanic rituals and perverted sex, much, much more, have to go underground. At 5 years old, the cult leader declared regarding me and my resistance to joining the cult, "We must destroy him. If we don't, someday surely he will destroy us." Because they could tell that my compassion for my others, my wish to do the right thing and not hurt and torment others, would make it so that as I grew up, I would want to do something to shine the light of truth on Satanism, which turned out to be true, because that is what I hope to be able to help accomplish with people like you, Alexandra, and my many other friends involved in this similar fight. But for me, that my destruction was thorough and complete through the use of satanic rituals and beating upon beating upon beating to hide my attributes of courage, determination, will, or if you will, and compassion for others beneath layer upon layer upon layer of fear, anger, sadness, anxiety, and lacks in the areas of self-love, self-esteem, self-worth, and self-confidence. My whole adult life, I thought I was a coward. I believed I was a coward because of what the cult did to me. And the cult leader, I have memories of conversations I overheard as a little boy saying, we haven't removed his courage or his will. We have just hidden it deep inside of him. And if he ever finds out what we have done to him, he will want revenge. Because, of course, people like that can only think in terms of revenge. I don't want revenge against those who did those things to me for my whole lifetime until the age of 53. I just want to shine the light of truth on it so that the multitudes of other children and others vulnerable who are right now being subjected to those very same things I was subjected to for over 50
I want vengeance for them. That would be fun.
years. It is made known, and so they can be protected. I mentioned the Anglican Church of Canada. I ask those listening to consider for one moment the Holocaust that was perpetrated upon First Nations children here in Canada, that occurred for over 100 years. Residential schools were set up across the country that were for all the First Nations children. And these children had to go to these schools. It wasn't an option. These schools were run by our mainstream religions, the Roman Catholic Church, the Anglican Church of Canada, the United Church of Canada, the Baptist Church, and other church organizations throughout the country. These houses of Satanism were disguised as houses of God because they were maintained, supervised, controlled, and managed by our mainstream religions, who in concert with the Satanists in control of our federal and provincial governments perpetrated this attempted genocide of First Nations people, culture, and their immense spiritual power for over 100 years in not just one or two of these residential schools, but in fact, each and every residential school of each religious domination. The power structure, that same power structure still exists today. The last residential school in Canada was only closed in the mid-1990s. That power structure exists.
So Toby McKeith or some shit, good luck, bro. I hope you find your way out of this rabbit hole. I really don't understand why, like, what's that called? Atheists. They're so adamant by always interjecting. Do you notice that? I'm being like Jesse Lee Peterson, the black pastor now. Do you guys, can you see the comment section? You see the comment section, guys. Why is it like, okay, atheists, like, dude, I grew up a metalhead, dude. I had nothing to do with evangelical Protestant. I renounced that shit. I was born into it. I became a ninja because I met this Romanian Orthodox monk, and everything I say doesn't sound believable. So now I care about God. I want to kill Epstein people, right? Like normal men should. But do you guys notice, whether it's like corny ass Protestant shit, New Age motherfuckers, Gnostics, Catholics, bums, hippies, people on DMT, every time we're like, oh, praise Jesus, thank the Lord. Hey, man, I just talked to God, man. And then, like, always, it's like, there's some atheists that come out of nowhere like, did you know, man, that, like, in the book of Jonah, a fish can't eat a dude? Like, man, the Bible calls a whale a fish. Yeah, dude, there was no scientist back then to specify. Look, it calls it a fish. It's not. Yeah. And you're like, dude, the Bible classifies everything as beast, creeping thing, fish, bird, air. It's not a fucking fish, man. Bible's wrong. Then you have someone actually smarter, and they'll be like, hey, the Bible says that day and night was created before the sun, and it'll say shit like the Spirit of God was hovering above the waters, but then it said the sea wasn't created till like the 7th or 5th day or some shit. Then you try to explain to them, you go, hey man, you try to refer them. Hey, there's this like Orthodox channel, and they show you that in the original Hebrew, that's not what it says. It says the Spirit of God is flying above the abyss, and water. It's not like we're making this up. This is really how it is. Like in the book of Revelation and Daniel, when a beast comes out of the sea, in that time, in that era, archaic, ancient, their way of the sea meant a multitude of people, right? You go fucking to Walmart, it's fucking a sea of people. A beast that erects itself out of the sea means an empire. Historians know the Septuagint. Protestants run off the Masoretic. I guess it's proven. Try to find out. That's the rabbit hole I don't care about getting out of, Keith. The Septuagint, every historian that knows the Septuagint shit, they know that the book of Daniel, everybody fucking knows. Alexander the Great, everybody doesn't dispute, oh, Jesus didn't exist, Santa Claus didn't exist. Well, we know Alexander the Great existed, and we all know that the book of Daniel, we're pretty fucking damn sure the Hebrews had the book of Daniel, dude. And if you look hard at Alexander the Great, didn't really, like, he was impressed, he didn't fuck them up. They knew he was coming. The book of Daniel predicts these beasts. The beasts that I guess the book of Daniel predicted that would happen at that time was the emblem on the shields of Alexander the Great, dude. It doesn't necessarily mean, because like, it's a long story short. In the book of Daniel, there's a statue. That's not what it says. I'm just paraphrasing. There's like a statue that comes back to life, and it was originally made of iron, and iron represented Rome. And basically, what the fuck this means is, in the latter days of mankind, something like the Roman Empire is going to come back. And fucking everybody who knows the Septuagint, dude, knows the book of Daniel existed. And the book of Daniel predicted Palm Sunday on the fucking day it happened. It predicted Jesus and all that shit. Atheists are not going to look at history and philosophy. They think they're too cool. They have like anime shit to go fucking watch. So they're not going to go down that rabbit hole. But where was I going with this? Yeah, man, there's a lot of fucking credence to that shit. Like, you get older and you're like, holy fuck. I mean, earlier they were talking about demons. I was showing shit. When they were talking about a specific demon, I almost shit my fucking pants because you ever like went to a church sermon, I don't know, a TED talk or a fucking fortune cookie or read a astrology thing and it felt like it kicked you in the nuts? An atheist is gonna accuse me of just reading too much into it, but if you live the life I did, was talking about these demons, it's like, fuck, that's my ex Rachel's fucking vices and qualities to a T. Fuck this, that, this. You just can't tell some people. They like being boring. They want a world to make sense. Like, oh, what goes up comes down. 1 + 1 = 2. Science. God shit. Well, I was born with a. They're like, oh, well, Jesus didn't resurrect my pet goldfish when I was 9 years old, and I have like a borderline only 5-inch wiener, so I feel like I hate God, and so they become atheists. They never try to fast, pray, diet, exercise, learn a martial sport, learn how to talk to chicks, learn an instrument, learn a talent. They become bitter. They love that they sound smart. They begin first trolling their Christian parents. And then it branches off of them finding stupid Ned Flanders or dumbass like fucking evangelicals that sound a lot smarter than. But they'll never go down the rabbit hole of orthodoxy or Jay Dyer or the transcendental argument. Look at tag argument for God, transcendental argument for God. Greek philosophy of Eastern Orthodoxy, making atheists and debates look stupid. They're not going to go, they're just going to go to their own world of elitist minded, thumb their nose at it. They're going to go, Bible says a whale is a fish. Well, the Bible classifies everything as creeping thing, birds of the air, the Bible, fucking fish, stupid. I remember some stupid ass guy, you're like looking at him like, gotta let you go walk off a cliff of hell, dude, because your stupidity is so stupid that Jesus is gonna go, yes, you could call him stupid. It's like that bad. It's like willful. Like, I don't know if it's God making them dumb because if they knew the truth, they wouldn't change anyway. And I was a dumb asshole that wanted to know. And I never had brothers and I never had sisters. And then when my parents were off fucking other people and shit, I was alone and I had a lot of fucking thinking to do. Unlike normal people. And then after my mother passed away, my relative, I love my mother. I just don't want to like, oh, I don't need that. I didn't know what an orb was, guys. I saw a fucking orb. So the alloys and constitutions, the thing with molecular structure, Darwin says at random chance that because there's billions of people in the world, of course, a person like me would eventually come around whose stepbrothers will not remember that they saw it too. To try to help a normal human being, it's just the odds that are eventually going to happen that this guy has some delusion. I have like a English honors recommendation. I've never done any hard drugs. I slur my words. Yes, I'm a metalhead. I fucking was born intoxicated. Yes. Okay. Not crazy. I could make my channel about, I could like take up bass guitar, go hiking, get back into martial arts. So here I am being fucking stupid. And be like, oh fuck, I better do something with my life. Like try to admonish my fellow human being that fucking you're gonna be dead a lot longer than you're alive and you're still gonna be fucking conscious. You're still gonna want to like eat and party and fuck, but you're gonna have no fucking body to do it. God exists, obviously, because morals fucking exist. Like Newton's law of gravity, like the fucking law of karmic reciprocity obviously fucking exists. And that we're denying karmic reciprocity to fucking fulfill itself by all of us not getting getting off our ass and slaying and torturing to death Epstein type of fucks.
Society on all levels, from the very top of the social, economic, and class structure, if you will, to the very bottom. I don't know if there is a higher percentage at the upper levels of the socioeconomic chart or not. But the people who are perpetrated against me are from all socioeconomic classes. Some are very educated, and many consider themselves the elite of our societies. In his book, The Biology of Belief, Dr. Bruce Lipton states that each cell in our body is an entity unto itself, and as such has its own brain. Each of these cells is connected energetically with each other and collectively forms our subconscious. Our subconscious is a tape recorder which records all events in our life, regardless whether we are conscious or unconscious, in a drugged state, through alcohol, other drugs. And so those memories, body memories, are there if you know how to access them. When I was 53 years old, I finally realized that the problems in my marriage were caused by the immense anger that lurked just below the surface in me. And it's even looking back now, it's hard to believe that it wouldn't have been very clear to me. I had a good heart, I meant well, I had compassion for others. And though I believed I was a coward, I also believed I was at heart a good person, and yet I verbally abused my wife with anger and my children, and was dysfunctional as a husband and father. So because of me, our family wasn't able to resolve differences through conversation, through reason, and through logic. So upon this discovery at 53 years old, I was determined to find the cause of my anger and remove it. And I had come upon a book called The Verbally Abusive Relationship by Patricia Evans, which my wife brought to my attention. I bought the book and read it within a day and realized that what she said was true. That was my first realization that the problems in our marriage were all mine and that my anger was the problem. So God intervened in my life at that time by, number one, making me aware that the problems in my marriage were caused by me. And also, upon introducing me to Sandra Fecht, who you know, Alexandra, and who is at the forefront of healing victims from post-traumatic stress, whether it be sexual abuse, satanic abuse, or other traumatic effects. The post-traumatic stress incidents of Satanism are inside the energy field of its victims, which is by design. Satanists have existed since the beginning of time, and this information has been handed down from generation to generation of those who adhere to the methods, practices, and traditions of Satanism, black magic, witchcraft, voodoo, and the like. If Satanism is a spiritual attack against us, then it makes sense that God or Source or Creator is the one that can assist us on our healing, and does so through the efforts of people aligned with Creator, God, such as Sandra and others. Satanic rituals that utilize these dark energies, and it's all about energy. We are a ball of energy. And my ball of energy was filled with the darkness from my over 50 years of being subjected to the vicissitudes of Satanism. And they have to be removed one at a time, the effects, which I believe started when I declared my intention to God to be all that I could be in love and light, and asked for His divine assistance in doing so. I believe that since that prayer, God has brought the healings to me one step at a time in a methodical process through Sandra, my friend Frantos, who has spiritual gifts that allow her to see satanic mechanisms in other people's energy fields, and through own spiritual gifts that seemed to come to me as I went along the spiritual pathway to remove these energies. Just trying to figure out where I go from here. So as I removed these dark energies from my energy field, my own natural attributes began to reassert themselves. And I believe that's the case for every human being walking on the planet Earth. If they didn't need to remove negative energies from their energy field, they wouldn't be on planet Earth. They would be in a higher realm. So as God has facilitated the removal of these dark energies, my own
So guys, I don't know if you're interested in that. I'm going to leave the link. I'm gonna tell you what video this is, but he's going off into some new age shit, and that's welcome on my channel. It's free speech. It's just, dude, thank you. We can listen to 20 more minutes of your healing. I want to hear what the fuck these Satanists were doing. So how bad do we have to go fuck them up, dude? On behalf of you, on behalf of all these other fuckers. And then he's talking about, oh, I don't hate them. I like don't harbor, like, I forgive them. I don't want vengeance. I'm like, we'll do that vengeance. That will be pretty fun. I don't know how that's not, like, that's new age for you. Like, shit I was showing you earlier, that's real shit. That's Christian theology. That was explaining, like, well, this demon represents an amalgamation of all these passions that fucked up your ex's life and prevented you from ever starting a family. I'm like, wow, that's what's her name. She's materialistic. that's her exact same vices and woes. It's just, dude, it's amazing. Whether you hypothetically you believe these entities or not, you gotta marvel that ancient man, like the weather, like the fucking constellations, they learn how to predict vices, like they learn how to predict common vices and character flaws amongst different classes of different types of people. We all have our weaknesses, pros and cons. And me listening to that shit, living this long, attaching faces to all those fucking descriptions was the most fucking amazing thing I've ever watched. I'm fucking flabbergasted. And I watched this shit all the time. And this guy's New Age. And what I was watching earlier coincides with Christianity, traditional orthodoxy. Even King James, a Protestant fucking hero, said demons are basically, they're there to do a job. You're going to run into them. They're going to sift all the fucking flaws in you that can end up being self-destructive. They're a test. They're just doing a job. You pass it, you come out better, you got more skills or something. We're all here. Dude, you don't even need DMT for this. You, me, the sun, incorporeal shit. Objects like fucking rocks and planets. Animals, choirs of angels, the Ophanim, the fallen Ophanim, the Seraphim, the fallen Seraphim, the regular base angels, the fallen angels, the Nephilim, the demons, you, me, we're the archdemons, the legions, we're all here serving a purpose. We're all serving our time. And the whole lesson is, this guy calls it the source. The most ancient way to call the source in my realm is something like Yahweh or Jehovah, Jehovah. The farther you stray from his light into the shadows, it's like swimming in deep waters. You're asking to get fucked up by sharks. But these sharks grew legs with your evolution, Mr. Keith. They got out of the water and now they're plucking kids. With this Epstein shit that I keep mentioning all fucking day. And nobody's doing anything about it. So let's try to find something not New Age. FBI director confronted with own past statements on Epstein files. I want something that, dude, it's so hard. This is so fucking hard to find because this is all going to be commercial shit that is just trying to fool you into thinking that people are doing shit. Like, look at cults and crimes, teenager imprisoned by Satanists. I don't really believe that. I think that's just clickbait for something that's like embellished. Can't find, so let me see. Satanic pedophile gang exposed. Let's see what will it say with that shit. Same shit. Police arrest 6-man in massive raid on global satanic pedophile ring. I think it's fake. I think they're just trying to make it look like, whatever Republicans are on the Epstein list, that's a mistake because they're obviously doing stuff right now. Look. This dude, for a Protestant, doesn't seem like an idiot. This Nick Jones, international satanic abuse ring busted. The rituals were real. Hopefully he's good, dude. It's hard to find good shit, dude. It was like all
right, y'all. Wild report from CNN. Satanic child. Fill in the blank.
From CNN? Come on, guy. I'm not even gonna. News story from CNN, huh? I don't believe it. I already don't believe it. Banned Discovery Channel documentary. Satanism and pedophilia exposed by Info Freedom Fighter. 12 years ago, 888,000 views. This seems like it's going to be good. 55 minutes long. This seems like it's going to be something real. Because if I have any material worth your while at all, guys, I accidentally learned it inadvertently from watching shit talking about other shit. You guys, real quick, to stay awake and to be scared at work to make sure I'm vigilant when I was a younger man, there was this documentary about demons and how all the world's religions describe them and rumors of interactions. And I'm not a kind of person that likes horror movies and creepy pastas. Dude, this shit was so fucking heavy. It was relayed by a good guy who's telling you, like, avoid this shit. I don't remember what his name was. I don't remember the channel. I took it for granted. And it's fucking gone. All the, like, I backtrack, all my playlists, I try to find it, dude. It's like completely fucking disappeared, dude. And that shit, like, you would watch that shit feeling like, it would feel like, imagine, don't eat coffee for like 5 days. I mean, don't eat anything for 5 days and just drink coffee upon coffee upon coffee, and then hear that your wife sucked your worst enemy's dick. That's how it made you feel. Like, holy shit. Why would somebody subject themselves to that? I'm too heavy metal. I don't know. I'm very fucking pissed off that nobody's whooping their ass. I think it's fucking fascinating, dude. Now, you guys have brothers and sisters. You had chores. You had curfews. You had shit to do. You didn't have time to sit there and notice. Like, I can't explain fucking epiphanies. To notice this shit, dude. When I was 16 years old, this is like me bragging, I guess. I was 16 years old, and I was very pure, I guess. I wanted pretty chicks, right? Again, you get older, you have a couple beers, you just start like, oh man, my chick's fat friend, I'll give you some charity dick. I'm not saying that's right. I'm trying to be a Christian now. Just say I was 16 years old, I didn't fuck this older chick because I'm like, oh, I think I could do better, you know? Like, somebody be like, oh, you're stupid, it's free pussy. Whatever, dude. So I was 16 years old being a simp and a little god boy. Dude, the evil look on this chick's face, that put me off, and she felt so stupid, dude, that I didn't lay it down. And fast forward a million years, I'm being a really bad dude. I'm begging this older chick, and she admits she's in the voodoo. She's in the voodoo. She has a really good body and kind of an ugly face. She looked exactly like the chick, a little older. I don't know if you ever saw the movie that Tom Cruise played in, where he's a Marine that gets paralyzed and he loses virginity to a prostitute. She kind of looked like her. And one day she says something like, basically like, she says something weird. She's like, all the men in my life are still my life. Something about like, she has a lot of dudes. Like, you know, fucking, a lot of dicks, dude. And when she said that, kind of like this, I was like, oh, well, good thing I'm going to get drunk and I don't kiss you. Just kind of like put your mouth on you get the point, right? I'm not endorsing that kind of lifestyle, God forgive me. I don't want to drive away angelic presences. I was a really bad dude, you know? So, I'm a bad dude screwing cougars that are barely divorced. And then I gotta hear about these Epstein fuckers that we're not killing. Not only does it give me a sense of self-righteous, like, oh, maybe I'm not that bad to Jesus after all, but then it makes you go, why the fuck are we not fucking these people up? So, I'm chosen to be a fucking douche and have no life and never sleep and have to work, it's not the weekend yet, work weekends, just to relay to you that you accidentally came on this channel. You're not going to take me seriously. I'm not a likable person. I'm not an accomplished person, because if I was, I'd be too happy-go-lucky and busy being a conformist cookie-cutter douchebag, if I even knew this shit, to stop and have the time to be one of probably the last vestiges of celestial tooling to inform you that the spiritual realm exists. You're gonna spend a lot more time dead than alive. Since Martin Luther, we quit praying for the dead. That's pretty fucking horrific. And obviously good and evil exists. And that there's a lot of credence to that Jesus feller. Now you'd be like, why is this guy so out of, oh man, this God boy trying to sell me the dude, I'm trying to help you out, man. I gotta remind myself to like, oh yeah, you better love Jesus, man. Because otherwise, oh, I want to listen to Motley Crue, and I want to snort cocaine off some hot chicks' fucking almost nether regions, like, you know, stomach or lower backish at least. You know, fuck sluts and only care about survival knives and heavy metal and, well, oh yeah, I'm getting older. I'm like at the age where some fuckers are dads. I have nothing better to do. I'm already fascinated by this topic because I'm a metalhead. Why not spend your waking hours to try to stay awake anyway? Trying to admonish your fellow human being that I don't want to believe it. I have to be a douche. I guess they say we're both mortal creatures. And eventually we're gonna have to like suffer animal predation or worse than wake up dead in an afterlife where there's no law or order or rules to stop other incorporeal beings to try to fuck you like if it's jail. You know deep in your this guy, man, please, it's superstitious shit. I told my atheist friend one day, dude, and he laughed. I was like, dude, think about it from an ancient man's perspective. Not only did they know all this philosophical shit that we forgot and we think that we're smarter than them because we like invented a fucking toaster and a calculator, but fuck, man, brain fog. I forgot I was going. Oh, I told him. I was like, dude. So as humans, there's beasts that want to fuck us up. There's shit we can't see without a microscope, like parasites and shit that want to kill you and fuck you up. There's shit underneath lakes and the ocean, shit that will fucking kill you and saw you in half with its teeth. The fucking birds are gonna peck your fucking eye. There's dinosaurs and shit. Come on, dude. It's basic common sense. Like, you could say, God, fuck, dude, why'd you make nature want to hate us so much as a sinful, fallen world? It makes perfect sense, dude. There's shit you can't fucking see that obviously is conscious, just like you, me, that's really pissed off, dude. There's obviously shit. There's shit in the air, there's shit in the ocean, there's shit in the dirt, there's shit you can't see without a fucking microscope or a fucking telescope. Your own body can fucking turn against you, dude. There's stupid shit called fucking radiation and shit, dude. There's fucking sea creatures. And you're not gonna believe, you're gonna just fucking bank on the fucking happy-go-lucky ass positive Mr. Rogers neighborhood rainbow fucking world fucking happy-go-lucky stupid fucking bet that there's not shit you can't see that doesn't want to fuck you up too? That's the most naive thing I've ever heard. Fuck. And this guy has problems. I have fucking testosterone, dude. I'm not stressed out. I like being this way. That keeps me fucking awake, dude. I'm getting abdominal muscles, dude. And eventually my energy, my aura is gonna permeate and enter someone who's gonna get off their ass and actually go fuck up those Epstein people and make everything that George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, Ben Franklin, Old Hickory, and Paul Revere, they're gonna get off their ass. They're gonna make all that shit come back. And I'm mad because I'll probably not be around to see it. I would be too old. We could do that shit tomorrow. And I stand alone with this. Like, I harbor all the... I'm a conduit who can modernly, belligerently convey the secrets of the fucking cosmos and realms and shit. And this gift was given to basically a Joe Dirt fucking janitor because everybody else, who no one's gonna take seriously, because everybody else, dude, who would be taken seriously has either bought out to just being some happy-go-lucky, hapless son of a corporate bitch, or they have more shit to do to preoccupy their brain, like being a family guy and a living ATM machine for their fat chick, or they like to play golf and play with toy trains or watch anime or Minecraft and shit, and their fiction and their fucking living vicariously through other athletes who their chick would just take off in their car with, wearing their fucking name on their jersey, another dude. All those people that you would take seriously don't have the time to be tortured, to be hit with these epiphanies, to relay to their fellow man, hey, all this shit I said, holy fuck, we're fucked. And I'm not going to be taken seriously. And the reason why this gift was given to me is because of someone who did have that knowledge that would be taken seriously or could prove everything I say. More than likely, not you who've been here watching me and following me. You guys, I know you love Jesus. I'm a bad guy. I need to remind myself. You better, motherfucker. You're fucking stupid. Most people out there, they're not going to change anyway. We have this idea that you can create your own truth by manifesting your own inner territorial bubble in your own world with New Age positive thinking and Martin Luther's faith alone, sola fide, you don't have to do anything but think positive, and stuff you like or want is gonna magically manifest. And these people think they can create their own belief systems. But here's a person like me who doesn't need DMT to tell you, you can't change truth. Like, I am a bastardized, whoremongering, overzealous covetousness orc from Lord of the Rings, okay? And I don't go, no, I'm a pretty butterfly, cause Joel Osteen or The Secret, positive manifestation, and declaring in the evangelical Protestant name it and claim it, Jesus, that I am more than a conqueror through Christ, and I can do all things. Yeah, in its context. I don't sit here trying to like, oh no, I'm not a demonized orc, bastardized whoremonger. I'm like, Jesus, like, oh, I'm okay, God will understand. You have to have the idea, you have to have the mentality where like, fuck, Orthodox Jesus it might be an objective truth entity that I am naturally an antagonist of. I better ask for his mercy and then try to change or fuck off. That's the difference between wanting to know the truth and wanting to create your own truth. I left a good friendship recently because I was like, we had this philosophical discussion. And I was like, hey, so do you believe that in the universe or in nature or life, there's an absolute truth standard, like white, black, good, evil, right, wrong, right? And like every other person nowadays are like, oh, I love Jesus and I go to church, like I'm like Protestant, New Age, Western American Christianity. He goes, no, there's many different truths. I was like, so there's no absolute truth. No, there's no absolute truth. I'm like, you just made an absolute truth claim, dude. Huh? So is it absolutely true? There's no absolute truths? He's like, yes. I was like, you can't see how contradictory that statement is. You just made a truth claim. He almost started getting violent with me, dude. He's huge, I don't give a fuck. I'm like, dude. So I just turned off. I was like, so whatever we talk about from henceforth is all horseshit. Because your God is fucking different than mine. This goes back into what I was saying earlier, just 15, 20 minutes ago. People want to believe, they want to bank, like like I said, they don't want to believe in God and shit. They don't want to believe in anything preternatural, supernatural, because at 9 years old, they prayed to Jesus, and their pet goldfish still died. And because they never did anything athletic, and they don't have the discipline. They have barely like a 5-inch dick, so they hate God, and they know how to sound smart, so they become atheist trolls, right? And I was telling this dude, I was like, bro, just think of from a rational nature wants to fuck you up. You don't think, dude, the universe produced consciousness? Oh, you're saying it's not a conscious being. So when you don't have flesh And you can't map, you can't touch your consciousness. So when all this shit is gone, how can you fucking know that your consciousness doesn't fucking stay? How can you not bank on you being like, holy fuck, I still exist. I don't have a body to wipe my ass. I'm still hungry and shit. Why the fuck are these other people fucking haunting me? You're just gonna, you have everything in your happy little fucking existence has accommodated you to wipe your ass with like fucking thousands of years of esoteric knowledge to just bank on that, dude. You could be an asshole in this life. When you die, ha ha ha, at least you had fun. And it ends. Same universe that you say came fucking magically out of nowhere on accident. I'm magic, right? I believe in God. That doesn't exist, right? So, believing in a God, you need equal amounts of faith to believe there's a magic being that created everything. You need the same amount of faith, you fucking jackass, to believe everything happened with this much beauty and this much lesson learned and this much passion and experience and stories and articulated. Oh, it just seems like to us like a piece of scum on the ground. In their little world, they think it's complex. Yeah, okay. All this shit happened on accident by itself without any engineering. What requires more faith? I don't know. Some people are so happy-go-lucky, naive, annoying. They don't listen to heavy metal. They don't have a real grasp of fucking reality. What's this? It says, on Tuesday, May 3rd, 1984, this program was scheduled to air on the Discovery Channel. Influential members of Congress applied pressure on the cable industry to stop this shit from fucking, okay, yeah, of course, basically, it's saying the same aristocracy fucking chomos that love Jeffrey Epstein, fucking aristocrat pieces of bitch ass globalist aristocracy Caligula like fucking shit, tried to fuck off this fucking shit, dude. Where's our fucking free speech at, motherfuckers? I gotta take a patrol, guys.
Once one of America's top Republicans, Lawrence King, is serving a 15-year prison sentence for a multi-million-dollar fraud. But financial crime is only half the story. This is the true story of Lawrence King. It is the story of a cancer at the heart of America and of its continuing cover-up at the highest level. One man is attempting to uncover the full story. John DeCamp is among the most highly decorated...
Let me try to turn it up so you guys can hear.
A former Republican state senator in Lincoln, Nebraska, he is now a lawyer fighting the legacy of Lawrence King's abuse of power.
It's a web of intrigue that starts in our home utility, Boys Town, Nebraska, one of the most respected institutions in the United States, and spreads out like a spider web to Washington, D.C., right up to the steps of the nation's capital, the steps of the White House, involves some of the most respected and powerful and richest businessmen in this United States of America. And the centerpiece of the entire web is the use of children for sex and drug dealing and drug couriers, the compromising of politicians, the compromising of businessmen, but worst of all, the corruption of key institutions of government that have the duty and responsibility to make sure these things never happen.
For John DeCamp, the trail starts in a unique town just outside Omaha.
World-famed Boys Town is in the news again.
Made famous by an Oscar-winning film, Boys Town is America's favorite children's charity. It was founded in 1917 by a Catholic priest, Father Flanagan.
Father Flanagan. The saddest spectacle in our social life is the neglected, unwanted, and unloved boy who has become a serious problem in our society.
Boys Town started to be a home for orphans. It was after World War I. And since then, society has changed and the problems of boys have changed. And so now it's a question of taking care of homeless, abandoned, neglected, abused boys, and now girls also.
Boys Town has been granted the privileges of an incorporated town, a Catholic diocese, and a school district for 500 children. Boys Town has cash reserves of $500 million, but still raises up to $35 million annually, solicited from the public by begging letters and promotional videos.
I'm Father Val Peter, the caretaker of Father Flanagan Stream and the executive director of Boys Town. Does Boys Town really exist, people ask me? You bet it does.
Located in the heartland of America, Boys Town youth have come from many backgrounds and locales. As they graduate, they shall seek new adventures and head for different places. But always, they shall carry with them the spirit of Boys Town. If you'd like to help Boys Town, send your tax-deductible gift to Father Val Peter, Boys Town, Nebraska, 68010.
Boys Town, for me, was the first thing I ever heard of when you think of institutions that you respect. Believe it or not, I was there for a while when I was a young boy. When an institution like that gets contaminated, then you better, if you've got any decency at all, do something about it, or at least get it cleared up.
John DeCamp lays the blame for the contamination of Boys Town on the one-time leader of the National Black Republican Council, Larry King.
Larry King was the fastest rising black star in the entire Republican Party of the United States during all of the 1980s. And he was also one of the most evil individuals in this country in terms of being a dealer of children, in terms of being a thief, 40 million that they documented he stole, and in terms of using and compromising and corrupting one after another politicians.
The base for his network was the Franklin Federal Credit Union, a people's bank in Omaha, Nebraska. Larry King was its general manager.
Thank you. This is especially an exciting day for me.
Mr. King was a very charismatic person. When he came to the credit union, he was brought in because the credit union was actually failing. He did everything to build the credit union.
King courted the leaders of Omaha's wealthy business district. Banks, industry, and charities placed millions of dollars in King's hands. From 1979, Larry King developed close commercial ties to Boys Town, and Boys Town youngsters were sent to work for his companies.
Boys Town had quite a few accounts at Franklin Credit Union. Those were considered very valuable accounts. They were handled exclusively by the bookkeeping department. But on the average of once a month or once every 2 months, we always seemed to incorporate a person from Boys Town.
But King used Boys Town not just as a source of young boys for his business. He prostituted them at sex and drug orgies. Paul Benassi was a victim of King's abuse. He was also sent by King to lure Boys Town youngsters off campus.
We used to just drive around and go toward the home as we used to for some of the scavenger hunts with picking up some of the kids. You know, just kind of win their confidence, become friends with them for a while. Start inviting them to the parties. The kids were 10 years old or older.
In 1986, King's plundering of Boys Town was reported by staff to its chief executive, Father Val Peter. Subsequent testimony proves that he carried out his own investigation, but that King's victims refused to talk to him. Monsignor Hupp now blames himself for Boys Town's association with Larry King.
Well, in retrospect, I regret having any association with Larry King. Had I known it at the time, it would never have happened.
Could you understand why a very detailed report from a social worker employed at Boys Town, identifying children and identifying their alleged abusers, never saw the light of day? Nothing happened with that.
No, I couldn't understand that, because had I known that, I wouldn't put up with that. But is that something like that happen? I don't know.
Nebraska has a very clear statute that child abuse allegations should be reported to authorities. They shouldn't be reported to the principal of a school, director of a facility. They should be reported directly to either Child Protective Services or law enforcement.
And so Larry King remained free to feed his pedophilic parties with child victims. But in 1988, a routine review brought King's involvement with Boys Town youth to the attention of Nebraska's State Foster Care Review Board.
And the information presented to the Foster Care Review Board, either via the telephone reports, the personal reports, or the reports we reviewed, Larry King's name was consistently present as someone that the youth were making allegations against. I would say we handed over at least a foot-high amount of material to authorities, and nothing happened.
Omaha police now accept that Larry King may have been abusing children.
Good morning, Roberta.
But its most senior officer claims the evidence was not conclusive.
It is certainly possible that Mr. King was involved in illegal acts with children. If there was sufficient evidence of those types of allegations, he would have been prosecuted by the county attorney's office.
For me, it was very clear that the case was not investigated and not pursued because of the alleged perpetrators.
Those perpetrators, named by the children, were some of the richest and most influential citizens in positions of power in the state. Men prominent in industry, politics, the media, even the police. We can only name the ringleaders. Besides Larry King, they were department store millionaire Alan Baer and the celebrity columnist of Omaha's only newspaper, the World Herald, Peter Citron. With the judicial system apparently paralyzed, Larry King spent Franklin's money on courting political influence. $10 million went on jewelry, flowers, and private planes. He cultivated contacts in the inner circles of Ronald Reagan's White House. At his palatial homes, 3 in Omaha and 1 in Washington, D.C., he held extravagant parties for the influential and powerful. His lavish spending bought him a protected life.
Larry King was constantly heralded, cheered, applauded in the news media as the great businessman that's helping the poor people, the black community of Omaha.
But King's extravagance attracted the attention of the Internal Revenue Service. As a result, on April the 11th, 1988, the Franklin Credit Union was raided and closed by the FBI. King was arrested, and the federal investigation showed he had stolen $40 million from Franklin. Documents we possess reveal the FBI interviewed many of the victims of Larry King's sex ring, but no action was taken. In November 1988, Nebraska's state government set up a parallel investigation into Larry King. A legislative committee was formed. Its chairman was the Republican head of Nebraska's Banking Committee, corn farmer and state senator Lawrence Schmidt. Immediately, anonymous threats began.
I received a phone call on the floor of the legislature. The caller did not identify himself, but he said, "Lauren, you do not want to have an investigation of the Franklin Federal Credit Union." And I asked, who I'm speaking to. And I said, that doesn't matter. But you shouldn't have that investigation. And I said, well, why not? He said, it will reach to the highest levels of the Republican Party. And we're both good Republicans.
Undeterred, the committee began their investigations, and the money trail led quickly to the original allegations of child abuse. Carolyn Stitt was one of the first to testify.
The night before we testified before the legislative committee, I did receive a phone call at home that said, if you speak, you won't live to regret it.
To protect the inquiry, Schmidt's committee hired special legal counsel and full-time professional investigators Gary Caradori and Karen Ormiston.
I said, we do not want you to bring to the committee rumors, innuendos, nothing that cannot be backed up with facts. I said, bring to the committee that which we can take to a prosecutor.
The investigators found new victims of King's pedophile network, many on the streets of Omaha. The picture they built up was of a large ring of rich and powerful pedophiles, many named the same men as those involved with the Boys Town cases 3 years earlier.
They were telling us about prominent people in Omaha and elsewhere that were abusing children at parties.
The prominent citizens' names that originally came up were a concern to me because I knew many of those individuals, and I very frankly was shocked to have those names show up on the list.
To provide the committee with hard evidence, the investigators recorded their new witnesses on videotape. Paul Benassi had been the victim of abuse since he was 8. He was present at many of Larry King's sex parties. Caradori traced him to the county jail. He had been convicted of fondling his young cousin.
Who are some of these people that would come to these parties? Larry King, King Situation, he knows who I feel about that. Like those people.
Media personality Peter Citron procured some of his victims from Boys Town.
The kids he liked were mainly around the age of about 8 and 13. It was mainly fondling and oral sex with them. He did have some anal sex, but he usually did that with the older kids.
The parties involved ever more sadistic abuse.
Whenever you were tied up, was there anybody else present other than you, Peter Citron? Yes. Who was that? Alan Bear.
Millionaire Alan Bear hosted parties for a large number of sadistic pedophiles. Paul Benassi suffered at their hands.
You okay? They're trying to do nothing. I had some other kids having sex on me, and they came to me and they started nuisance to it. Okay. Just take a deep breath now. And control Bonner. Troy Bonner was Kiowa. He was there.
Troy Bonner was found by the investigators and his videotape testimony taken under oath.
I was shocked when I walked in. There was a kid, I would say about 15 years old, out in the middle of the room. One guy was standing in front of him. He was bent over, and the other guy was like reaching under him, playing with his nipples, while a guy whom Jeff told me was a police officer shoving beads up his rectum.
The police officer was shoving beads up his rectum?
Yes.
Bonner named Alan Bear as the man who introduced him to the sex parties.
Alan Bear was a sick fuck. Didn't care, wanted sex, nasty, I don't even know if you can call it sex. Everything, from just, touching to fruit, squash, huge squash, that big around, stuck into your ass, heat, heat things, hot things, poked at you and stuck in you.
But the center of the child sex ring was Larry King.
Larry King was the same kind of sick fuck Alan Bear was, except Larry King was more violent, more sure of himself. I got those scars on my own one night at a party where Larry King, wanted to see how strong a man we were or something, and have us put your arms together, and then you'd light cigarettes, and as soon as you get burning, you just drop them down between your arms, and, let it burn. And they made us stand there naked and touch each other by holding our arms together and burn cigarettes where, it's on film someplace. And they filmed it, burning, I mean, I would, see him fuck a 10-year-old boy in the ass, until he bled, and, just pull out and stop and, push him down, and then go out and, meet with decent people.
King would also provide underage girls for abuse. Alicia Owen told the investigators she was 15 when she attended her first party, introduced by a Boys Town boy. Caradori discovered her in jail where she was serving a sentence for passing bad checks.
I met some guys there that were from Boys Town, and it was at that party that I met Larry King. At the time that I met Larry King, I did not know that he was Larry King. I had met him. It was the first time I'd ever met him.
Larry King and Alan Bear frequently hosted the child sex parties in penthouse apartments at the Twin Towers luxury block in Omaha.
A lot of it was me handcuffed with my hands behind my head, and my feet tied, and doing different things. Sometimes there'd be a guy straddling over my face.
Okay.
Most of the time, Larry King took pictures quite a bit during that time.
I know it's difficult.
I don't know.
Okay.
When I think I could, I know it.
Okay.
But I know it.
Okay. And Alicia, you're a victim. And at a young age, let's go off camera for a minute.
We were appalled. Appalled. I don't even know if it comes across on the video the way it came across to us in person. It was incredible. It's incredible what these kids went through, I think.
Larry King was also here. He came in and we drank and did cocaine. I didn't do much, and he turned me on to what Larry King did.
Drugs is a strong part of how they got control of some of the kids, because that's what some of the kids were there to get. They would do the sexual acts and then be provided with cocaine or whatever type of drug they wanted.
Heroin, I don't know, but that was my drug of choice. Till this day, I remain an addict.
And those of us that didn't like to be involved and didn't want to be involved were threatened.
Oh, sure. And who was really threatening you more?
Larry King.
Did Larry King personally do?
And I think he did. And they threatened, that I can go find somebody that will kill you, and it will kill your family. He didn't tell anybody.
Larry King was, I would say, the center of transporting the children around the country. The airplanes were usually in his name, at least in his name. They were paid for by Larry King.
So we met them in Pasadena.
Met who in Pasadena?
We met when he was there. There was 3 boys that I had seen at one of the receptions at the French Center were there. And I was tied with their Boy Town boys. on this property. Anything else?
Graduates from Boys Town, former president.
I knew the president was young.
How would they get away so long?
I have no idea.
Okay. Boys Town came up frequently during the investigation, but we found it very difficult to get information about Boys Town. I was not able to find any information on my visit there, and Mr. Caradori could not get information either.
Boys Town today remains unwilling to discuss its involvement with Larry King. We were banned from filming at Boys Town, and its public affairs officer refused any interviews.
I would have to give you a flat no. I'm just going to tell you at this point that we will not participate with you. We have no interest in talking to you folks. It's something that we don't even care to delve into.
By the spring of 1990, the Nebraska State Committee was convinced by the evidence of an organized child abuse ring. Its chairman, Lawrence Schmidt, sought the advice of his lawyer, John DeCamp. On his advice, Schmidt turned over all the sworn evidence to the FBI. But immediately, the videotape testimony was leaked to a hostile local media.
The media immediately started discrediting the witnesses. They were, the witnesses came across in the media, in the Omaha World Herald, especially, as the criminals.
The last 3 victim witnesses were demolished by the press, particularly the Omaha World Herald. The paper never looked for information that would support any of the allegations. The whole purpose of the stories was to destroy any credibility these youth may have.
I've heard that people said that Gary Caradori coached me and that he told me what to say, but the fact was I didn't meet Gary Caradori until way after I'd already talked to the Omaha police about the abuse and had named all the same people.
Paul Benassi maintains that neither the FBI nor the Omaha police took his allegations seriously.
And they didn't ask me very much about Larry King or even Alan Bear at all. They treated the allegations that I made about the people who abused me almost like a joke.
The stories were of such significance that the investigators first wanted to prove the accuracy of the stories. As they set about the investigation of initially three, and then a 4th person were telling the stories, as the investigation developed, it became obvious to the investigators that the information was not accurate, but in fact, it was an entire conspiracy of allegations, none of which had any truth to them.
I was very disappointed with the way the FBI and law enforcement treated the victims. They, in fact, turned them into the offenders, so to speak. And instead of taking the evidence that was delivered to them by the victims and interrogating the persons whom the victims identified, they seemed to bear down and try to get the victims to change their story.
It seemed to the investigators that the establishment of Omaha was closing ranks. Then Troy Bonner was brought in for questioning by the FBI.
The FBI's attitude was, just no, these kind of things don't happen. In the first interview when I went, and realized they don't believe the fucking thing I'm saying, they were just appalled. But I realized what that look in their eye was back then. It was fear. It was fear of them, I had witnessed, firsthand things that would, destroy this city, people, the position, you know what I mean? It's not going to be believed, they said. It will not be believed. You will be found guilty of perjury. They weren't telling me maybe. They were saying, there's no way. You go on with this story, you're going to jail. That was said to me direct.
Troy Bonner agreed to withdraw his videotape testimony. The FBI used Troy in an attempt to persuade fellow witness Alicia Owen into abandoning her evidence about Larry King's nationwide network of powerful pedophiles. We have obtained the recording of the phone call made by the FBI on March the 9th, 1990. It is significant evidence for John DeCamp.
This is Special Agent Michael F. Mott
following will be a consensually recorded telephone call between Troy Bonner and Alicia Owen.
Hello.
Hi.
Hey, what's going on?
I'd like to ask you that.
Talk to me.
No, you talk to me. I don't understand why you're lying. Why are you lying?
What are you talking about?
That's what I'm asking you.
You're calling me why I'm lying?
Yeah.
You concocted this whole thing, Alicia.
You're full of shit.
Either tell me what's going on.
You're full of shit.
Hey, look.
Who do you have listening on the phone?
I have nobody listening to me. I'm listening to you, and I'm hoping you give me some fucking answers.
I'll be honest with you. I don't know what kind of game you're playing.
I'm not trying to play a game. I'm not going to go to jail for you. And that's what's going to happen.
Why would you go to jail? Jail for telling the truth?
No, jail for lying.
What have you lied about?
I haven't lied.
Okay, but why are...
Listen, shut up. Listen to me. You're not out here being talked to them every day. The pressure's kind of hard.
You literally have to have bricks for brains to take on the FBI in this country. And that's exactly what you have to do this properly. They now, in my opinion, in my investigation, are the architects of the cover-up.
We asked the FBI in Omaha for an interview about its investigation of the Franklin scandal.
Larry Holmquist with the FBI here. We feel it would be inappropriate for us to comment. We worked this with the Omaha Police Department. We just don't feel it would be appropriate for us to make comments.
As the investigators sought out new witnesses, they found themselves under constant threat.
Gary was threatened several times. His vehicles were tampered with. I would think whoever tampered with them, it was a scare tactic because it was so obvious that they were being tampered with.
Gary got his, it was one piece of evidence I know he got that he even said he got one step ahead of him this time. He told us about this book. It was like addresses, telephone numbers, names. He said if they knew he had it, they'd kill him.
On July the 11th, 1990, Gary Caradori and his 8-year-old son AJ were flying home from Chicago in his light aircraft. They had watched the All-Star baseball game, and Caradori had been pursuing new leads.
Investigators from the National Transportation Safety Board are in Harold Cameron's cornfield trying to determine what caused this private plane to crash, killing its 2 occupants.
The bodies of Gary Caradori and 8-year-old AJ were found in the wreckage.
National Transportation Safety Board investigators say wreckage from the crash is apparently strewn over a 3/4 to 1 mile long stretch in this field.
The fact that the wreckage is scattered over a large area certainly demonstrates that it did break up in flight. The exact mechanism of breakup yet is still unknown.
The federal investigation was never able to discover what tore the plane apart.
There are things missing from the plane. His briefcase is missing. I think the plane was sabotaged. There's no doubt in my mind.
Within 24 hours of the tragedy, all Caradori's records were impounded by the FBI. Gary's widow, Sandy, is still unable to come to terms with her loss.
As a mother, I don't want to ever think that somebody murdered my child, let alone my husband. But I think if you'd ever talk to any parent, be it mother or father, who's ever lost a child, I mean, the worst thing that you can think of is that somebody would want to murder a child.
I really feel that somebody killed my brother. And inside me, I know somebody killed my brother. If somebody could help us out somewhere, somebody knows something. And may God help those who did that to him and his family.
The effect of Gary's crash on the investigation, I think, in effect, put an end to anybody else coming forward. There are many victims. We knew of more. There are more. They're still out there. They're afraid to come forward.
And that's when I was finished, because I figured out if they murdered Gary and his son, there was nothing that would stop them. There's no piece of paper, there was nothing we could come up with that was going to get anything done.
But Gary Caradori's death pricked Troy Bonner's conscience. He promised Sandy that he would tell Senator Schmidt's committee about the FBI's pressure which led him to lie.
I set the record straight. I was, going to do it. Anyway, the truth would come out, and somebody would be held accountable for his death. And then at the funeral, I had seen, FBI guys, and they looked at me. I was supposed to meet Senator Labette and Schmidt for lunch after the funeral. And, that's when I decided. I told my mom, we're not going to do the lunch. We're going to hightail it out of Lincoln now.
Troy Bonner claims that pressure from the FBI and with the assistance of the county attorney's office in Omaha led him to swear a new statement claiming that he and Alicia Owen had concocted the entire child abuse story. He told this story to a grand jury formed to bring any charges. On July the 23rd, 1990, the grand jury issued a bizarre and contradictory report. It indicted Larry King for fraud and embezzlement and ruled that he had paid young men for sex, but dismissed allegations about his sex ring. It indicted Alan Baer for the serious offense of pandering for sex, but rejected evidence linking him to King or to Citron, whom it noted had been convicted of separate child molestation charges. It accepted that Troy, Alicia, and Paul Benassi had been abused, but not by the people they identified. And for refusing to withdraw her evidence, it charged Alicia Owen with perjury. Lawrence Schmidt's legislative committee issued a report denouncing the grand jury. Schmidt acknowledges that the system failed both the victims and him.
I think there's a thing with your record is anyone can put together in 24 years. I was told that would be curtailed, and it was. I was told I'd have financial problems, and I did. The message was not lost on most politicians in Nebraska. I think the message was delivered was that any legislative committee ever tries to conduct a thorough investigation again, the same thing will happen. It has shaken my faith in the institutions of government. I used to be a firm believer that the system would work, and that people who did things wrong.
Want to see something pretty fucked up too? Oh, we don't have audio. This video was about Sharia law. I can't.
Would be punished. And we discovered victims who claimed to have been abused and who the grand jury acknowledged had been abused. But they did not try to find out who had abused those individuals. Instead, they convicted Alicia Owen of perjury. Indefensible from my point of view.
The trial took place in July 1991. Troy Bonner testified that the child abuse story had been an invention. As a result, Alicia Owen was sentenced to between 9 and 25 years in prison.
I can't find a case in the history of this country where some kid got sentenced to 25 or 30 years in prison for something like this. If you were going to pick a what I call a telesign, something that says something fishy about the whole thing, it was in the sentencing itself. For some reason, they had to send a signal to every kid who was a potential witness. My opinion again. A signal so loud and clear, if you dare to come forward, if you dare to talk, watch what happens.
Alan Bear was fined $500 after pleading no contest to a reduced charge of aiding and abetting prostitution. Peter Citron served 2 years of a 3 to 8 year sentence. Thanks to Troy Bonner's lies, Larry King never faced child sex charges. For the $40 million fraud, he was given a 15-year sentence, 10 years less than Alicia Owen.
I feel really sick. I should be taken out and shot for doing that. And if that was to happen, I would go with it.
John DeCamp, former state senator and Vietnam veteran, is now the only man fighting to help Larry King's victims. He is the lawyer trying to overturn Alicia Owen's conviction and to expose the cover-up.
I live in Nebraska. Hell, I was born here, raised here. I have 4 kids growing up here. Like it or not, it's my heritage, you know? Well, if it's a dirty cesspool that I gotta live in or look back on that I left, that ain't good. The real cost, if I were gonna say to my family, has been the fear and intimidation that's put in some of the kids. A couple of the kids are really, really frightened and really had some sleeping problems over, here, this or that. So that's been the real concern I've had.
John has received anonymous threats and has turned for advice to his friend and one-time boss, former head of the CIA, William Colby.
Bill Colby told me better than anything. The one thing the bad people can't afford is publicity, and knocking you off right now or doing something obvious to one of your kids would bring them more trouble than it's worth.
I said, you have to consider the possibility of some danger to not only your reputation, but to your person. I mean, people do react rather violently to some kinds of charges, or particularly if they're true, there's more apt to be a negative reaction than if they're false. If they're false charges, then they can be reacted to in a normal way, a libel suit or whatever. But if there's truth in it, there can be a danger in that situation. We've seen that happen in other cases.
John arranges to meet Troy Bonner, the young man he sees as the key to the cover-up.
He's in great danger. The reason is he carries the secret, so to speak. He served his purpose for the FBI and others by committing the lies that put the seal on the cover-up.
He knows that Troy's evidence will be crucial to Alicia Owen's case, and Troy wants to tell the truth, despite very real fears.
All my fears are that, I'm not going to be believed again. It's just, going to be a whole other kind of exploitation like it was last time. I'm afraid that that's going to happen, or, I might end up dead, or a loved one might end up dead.
Troy has an overriding reason for putting the record straight.
Maybe somebody has a better idea.
I want this to go forward and have something done so that all those other kids who a lot worse things have happened to can come forward and see that action can be taken.
You have to, if you want to protect yourself and your life and your family's life, both now and particularly in the future, is to use the institutions of government that have been set up to protect you and make them work. That means you go into federal court, you go after the people that have done this cover-up, and you expose it so there's no longer any percentage on their part in eliminating you because the secret's out.
Yeah, that's why we're here today, to let it out.
John's advice to Troy to tell the truth in court puts him at risk of prosecution by the county attorney's office.
Potentially, they could decide to charge him with perjury, because now he is telling that they forced me to lie. I did lie at Alicia's trial. I did lie before the grand jury. I didn't because the authorities were forcing me to do it, and I was scared for my family. Potentially, they could charge him with perjury this time.
Troy's appearance in court will keep Alicia Owen out of prison. She's on bail while DeCamp appeals against her perjury conviction. As her hearing approaches, vital new evidence emerges. Alicia claimed that some of Troy's videotape testimony was withheld from the grand jury which indicted her.
The tapes that were shown to the grand jury had been edited. Everything that matched Troy's statement
Was shown.
that matched mine
Because I know it's
was
rated.
edited out. And I think maybe one of the things we want to do is show the judge specifically how
wear these, little 5-minute segments of, look, this tape says this, and then show him it isn't in this tape, and this is the tape the grand jury saw.
I'm going to attempt to get these tapes, and we'll see what happens next.
But to obtain the tapes, de Camp must approach some of the very officials he has accused in court of being involved in the cover-up. The county attorney's office, which ran the grand jury.
In the good old Alicia Owen case, 127-194, I'm trying to get the evidence, the tapes and the transcripts of Troy and Danny. Troy Boner.
Yeah, they're up there.
Yeah.
Look at the county attorneys, they have all the bills up there.
Oh. Robert, let me guess, Robert Siegler has them.
Robert Siegler is the prosecuting attorney trying to send Alicia Owen back to prison. After lengthy negotiations, de Camp emerges with the tapes the grand jury never saw.
And it was $4,000, about $4,000 cocaine.
Okay, and what airline?
In more than 2 hours of taped testimony, Troy details trips across America on behalf of Larry King and Alan Baer. Trips for drug deals and sex. It corroborates Alicia's evidence.
Fort Worth, like an hour, and then a big plane from Dallas to Los Angeles. Did anybody go with you? Alicia Owen.
For John de Camp, this is the proof of the King sex ring for which he has been waiting.
Here it is. So to speak, the smoking gun that they could go out and verify, the corroboration. In other words, the linkage to King that was denied. Cover-up. Organized, planned, deliberate cover-up.
The courthouse, Wahoo, Nebraska. The hearing begins. Alicia Owen is ready to testify. So is Paul Bonassi. But there is no sign of Troy Bonner. De Camp discovers that Robert Siegler has sent the young man a subpoena. Fearing arrest for perjury, Troy has gone into hiding. De Camp is without his most vital witness. In court, Alicia's case is adjourned. The county attorney's office begins to search for Troy Bonner, but county attorney Siegler won't say why.
You're about to charge Troy Bonner with perjury? Oh, no. Every victim witness who stepped forward in any way, or even was a potential witness that somebody heard about, has either been killed, put in jail under some theory or other, terrified or run out of the state, discredited. Every perpetrator, even the convicted ones, have been treated as conquering heroes.
Peter Citron lives in the same house where he abused many of his young victims. Alan Baer lives in the most exclusive part of Omaha. He recently bought a downtown shopping mall. Many of the other abusers named by the children have risen within Nebraska's state government and legal system and within the Republican Party.
Obviously, the FBI was protecting something a lot more significant than a bunch of old pedophiles having improper relations with little boys. They were protecting something a lot more significant than a bunch of drug peddlers. They were protecting, in my opinion, they were protecting some very prominent politicians, some very powerful and wealthy individuals associated with those politicians and the political system, up to and including the highest political people in this entire country.
In search of the men who protected Larry King, John de Camp goes to Washington to investigate King's connections in the Republican Party and on Capitol Hill. Paul Bonassi provides him with the evidence that Larry King threw child sex parties here at his rented $5,000 a month Washington house.
I was about 14, about 1981. At first it was about 3 or 4 times the first year. After that it was about once a month. Some of the parties, when they started off, were straight political type parties, no sex. And then when some of the men had left, some of the politicians had left, the ones that had planned on engaging in some type of sexual activity, that would come after the party. Some of the kids would be held downstairs in some of the rooms where if they acted up or if they started freaking out because of the drugs that they were on, they'd put them in a room that they couldn't get out of, and they'd lock them in.
What kind of drugs?
Anything you wanted, cocaine, heroin, speedballs.
You're telling me those things were at these parties where you had Larry King and prominent politicians?
Yes.
Were they readily available to anybody at the party?
At the after parties, they were readily available for anybody. Beforehand, they did it more upstairs than they did anywhere else, and kind of in the back room.
Were any attempts ever made that you know of to expose this situation?
As far as I know, nothing's ever been done, and most of the people that were in there had already been, I guess you'd say, compromised.
King's partner was Washington lobbyist Craig Spence. Spence took youngsters, including Benassi, on private midnight tours of the White House.
So you were in the White House then?
Yes.
And how did you gain access?
Well, I came down with Larry King, but Craig Spence was the one that arranged the trip for us. And it was kind of a gift for our services that we were doing.
How many times were you on this kind of a trip?
I came up to it on 2 times.
2 times. And were you used for sex on those occasions?
Not until after we left.
After you left the White House?
Yeah.
What time of night?
It was usually around midnight. For me, it was just kind of weird being in the White House at that time of the night, getting to go into places that the guy was telling us that nobody gets to go to. And I seen rooms in there that I'd never even heard about. Craig Spence and Larry King had a couple of groups. One was called Bodies by God, and they had the Cowboys, and there was another group that was started by Larry King, which was called the Golden Boys, which was kids that were usually under the age of approximately 10.
Spencer's cowboy network was investigated in 1989 by reporter Paul Rodriguez of the Washington Times.
We had uncovered a series of allegations from some minors, and it led me to a callboy operation.
It sure fits with, this boy Paul Benassi. And he tells the tale of being brought to the White House on occasion, kind of as a reward for the kid.
Craig Spence's dad, he committed suicide. He had advanced stages of AIDS. He was an AIDS carrier and he killed himself. This was the thing that always bothered me. They claimed it was the largest male prostitution ring in the city that they've ever had uncovered. It was $1 million a year minimum.
Yeah.
And yet they only prosecuted the operator, Henry Vinson, and 3 of his lieutenants, as it were.
Mm-hmm.
They never went after any of the Johns, the clients. This operation claimed to have clients that ran from the White House to the Capitol Hill to the State House to the churches and within the media.
Exactly what Paul describes as the people he was with.
And a lot of the stuff led there, but we couldn't quite nail it in all cases because, again, to accuse someone of high stature, you've got to be very careful.
I understand.
We were able to do it through the mother lode was provided us credit card receipts and canceled checks, and then lists of the clients. The prosecutors knew all this stuff. There was approximately 20,000 documents they had. They sealed the entire record by court order, and we've attempted on several occasions to unseal that, and we've been told it will be a cold day in hell before those records ever get unsealed. And it makes me wonder what's in those records.
Yeah.
John DeCamp believes that the legal system is still being subverted and that the people protected are still at the heart of the American establishment. He hopes that this program will expose a serious miscarriage of justice, but the opposition is formidable.
It's beyond belief that arguably the most powerful person in the world, the President of the United States, in the form of Richard Nixon, could not prevent the investigation of Watergate, or that President Reagan could not prevent the investigation of Iran-Contra. And yet somehow this group of unnamed, unknown, anonymous individuals in Omaha, Nebraska have such power they can control and protect all of these people from being investigated. Those allegations are ridiculous.
Well, first of all, Nixon did cover up Watergate, number one. Bush did cover up Iran-Contra, at least officially. And Omaha has successfully covered up this situation. In each case, it was the press that exposed the problem. It wasn't institutions of government. They had been corrupted. They had been compromised. They were the ones doing the cover-up.
The Attorney General is now involved. The camp's evidence has been passed by William Colby to a senior lawyer in the Justice Department.
He did say that the Attorney General's office would be very sensitive to any charges of abuse of children. That this was a matter of considerable priority to the department, that this sort of thing not take place, and that they would assign an officer to look into the case.
For Jen DeCamp, the story of Larry King's corrupt empire holds a dire warning for all America.
If you can control about 3 or 4 key elements, you can totally own a state. You can make right wrong. You can make truth falsehood, falsehood truth. If you control the media, if you control the Justice Department, if you control the police, you own the system.
Basically, all that said was the quality of the video was so bad because it was a copy of a copy of a copy of a copy, because the original got destroyed by all the aristocratic fucking scum that rules this fucking country that we're not fucking slaying on the altar of sacrifice. So that's what it is, guys. That's what it comes down to. I need to stay awake. This video was regarding how to slay and torture and kill chomos, especially of the aristocratic kind, and their origins. So this was Pastor Nacho Squacho. I'm going to be back with a happier vibe, which is a waste of time. Because really what we need to do is rise up and slay and torture and kill and cannibalize to dogs all the aristocratic chomo scum that was high-fiving Epstein while they were doing sick shit to fucking kids. And we pay these sons of bitches to make all these stupid, superfluous fucking laws that we pay godless, unconstitutional fucking taxes to. And we let that shit happen, and nobody is taking up the sword and fucking sacrificing them to Yahweh. And somebody already clicked off because they want to be entertained. We're just gonna let all that shit roll under the bridge, guys, because fuckers in this country don't give a shit about kids. They just wanna be fucking entertained.